The surviving written records from Ugarit reveal two very different sides of the kingdom. On one hand, the Akkadian legal decisions, treaties, and administrative documents discovered in the royal palace portray Ugarit as a prosperous city-state operating within the vast political framework of the Hittite Empire. These official texts emphasize the authority of the Hittite great kings and their representatives in Syria, presenting Ugarit as a loyal kingdom integrated into a larger imperial system. Yet another collection of documents tells a far more intimate story. Written in the local Ugaritic language rather than Akkadian, these letters open a window into the everyday workings of the royal court and the personal relationships that shaped political life. Instead of focusing on diplomacy between states, they reveal the interactions between members of the royal family and the elite who served them. Among these Ugaritic letters, a remarkable number involve queens. Several letters were sent directly to queens, while others were written by queens themselves to trusted officials. Although most of these texts do not preserve enough historical details to identify their exact dates or the individuals involved, they remain an invaluable source for understanding the political responsibilities of royal women. Rather than appearing only as symbolic figures, queens emerge as influential participants whose presence extended well beyond ceremonial duties. Even without complete historical context, the letters demonstrate that women of the royal household occupied positions of real importance within the kingdom's political structure. One of the clearest conclusions drawn from these documents is that a queen's authority did not necessarily end with the death of her husband. Instead, many royal women retained their title and influence during the reigns of their sons. This continuity allowed them to remain deeply involved in state affairs across successive generations. The correspondence exchanged between kings and their mothers provides rare evidence of this relationship in practice. These letters reveal that queens continued to advise, communicate, and participate in matters affecting both domestic governance and foreign policy. Their role was not confined to family life, but extended into diplomacy, regional politics, and the maintenance of alliances with neighboring kingdoms and the Hittite Empire itself. Perhaps the most fascinating feature of these letters is the way the kings identified themselves. Throughout the ancient Near East, rulers traditionally strengthened their legitimacy by tracing their ancestry through male predecessors. Kings proudly declared themselves the sons and grandsons of former kings, reinforcing the continuity of dynastic authority. The Ugaritic correspondence, however, introduces a different pattern. In several letters, the ruler deliberately presents himself as the son of the queen. This choice of language immediately raises important questions. Why would a reigning king highlight his maternal relationship in an official political document? What significance did this identity hold within Ugarit's royal ideology? These questions challenge long-standing assumptions about how ancient kingdoms were organized. Traditional models often describe royal households as purely patriarchal institutions, where political authority flowed exclusively through fathers and sons. According to this perspective, the king's identity as a son mattered only because he inherited power from his father and eventually exercised similar authority over his own household and kingdom. The Ugaritic letters suggest a more complex reality. Here, the king openly defines himself through his relationship with his mother. This is not simply a matter of family affection or personal correspondence. In some letters addressed to the queen, the king refers to her without explicitly calling himself her son, showing that this expression was used deliberately rather than automatically. When a letter begins by addressing the queen, my mother, and concludes with the king, your son, the wording creates a carefully balanced political relationship that was intended to be recognized by everyone involved in the exchange. The repeated use of these titles indicates that family language carried political meaning. Within Ugarit's royal court, the household was more than a domestic institution. It provided a vocabulary through which power itself could be expressed. The queen was not merely the king's mother in a biological sense. She occupied a recognized political position as the royal mother, while the king's description of himself as her son conveyed expectations about loyalty, authority, and mutual responsibility. These titles functioned as political identities as much as family relationships, reflecting an understanding of kingship that cannot be explained solely through paternal inheritance. While other sources from the Hittite Empire describe Ugarit's place within an international political order, these letters reveal how that world appeared from inside the royal family itself. They provide a rare internal perspective on the kingdom's relationship with the empire. Instead of presenting diplomatic events through the voice of imperial administrators, the correspondence allows us to observe how members of the Ugaritic court experienced and interpreted those same events. Through these exchanges, political negotiations become personal conversations, and imperial affairs are viewed through the lens of family relationships. Many of the surviving letters are connected to major diplomatic missions involving the king of Ugarit and the Hittite Great King. Several were written while the Ugaritic ruler was visiting the Hittite court, moments that carried enormous political importance. The fact that these communications were directed to the queen rather than to ministers or military commanders suggests that she occupied a trusted position within the kingdom's political network. She was kept informed about international developments and appears to have played an active role in discussions concerning diplomacy, military affairs, and relations with neighboring states. The letters imply that communication between mother and son formed an important part of managing the kingdom's foreign policy. Although no surviving letters from a queen directly to her son have been discovered, the existing correspondence still offers valuable clues. In one instance, the king responds to a message previously sent by his mother, confirming that communication flowed in both directions, even if only one side of the exchange has survived. This fragmentary evidence hints at an ongoing dialogue between the two, reinforcing the idea that queens were not passive observers, but active participants in political decision-making. These letters also deserve attention because of the way they were written. Unlike the Akkadian diplomatic documents exchanged between kingdoms, they use the Ugaritic language and alphabet unique to the kingdom itself. This choice reflects more than linguistic preference. It shows that the intended audience belonged to Ugarit's own political community. The letters were not designed primarily for foreign rulers, but for members of the royal household and officials operating within the kingdom. As a result, they preserve a distinctly local perspective on government, diplomacy, and royal authority. The structure of the correspondence is equally revealing. Like many official letters across the ancient Near East, each message begins with a formal instruction directing the messenger to speak the contents written on the tablet. This familiar formula suggests that these letters were not simply silent documents, but were expected to be read aloud when delivered. The messenger became part of the communication itself, transforming the written tablet into a spoken performance before its audience. Such a practice added a public dimension to exchanges that might otherwise appear private, making every title, greeting, and expression of identity part of a carefully staged political presentation. Because of this performative quality, the letters contain far more than factual information. Every greeting, every title, and every form of self-identification communicated ideas about hierarchy, respect, and political relationships. The way the king introduced himself, the manner in which he addressed his mother, and the conventions surrounding the delivery of the letters all reflected accepted expectations within the royal court. These patterns allow modern historians to reconstruct not only the events described in the correspondence, but also the social values that shaped royal authority. The surviving correspondence between the kings of Ugarit and their mothers offers a remarkable insight into how royal authority was understood within the kingdom. The most striking feature of these letters is the way the king presents himself. Again and again, he addresses the queen with the language normally reserved for someone of higher rank. This is especially significant because many of these letters describe his meetings with the Hittite Great King, the most powerful ruler in the region. In other words, the king moves from expressing loyalty to his imperial overlord to expressing similar respect toward his own mother. The structure of these letters creates an unmistakable parallel. His submission to the Hittite monarch is framed by his deference to the queen, reinforcing the idea that his position as ruler of Ugarit was inseparable from his identity as the queen's son. These documents also reveal that the queen occupied a central place in the kingdom's political life. She was not simply informed about major diplomatic developments after they occurred. Instead, she appears to have been an active participant in the exchange of information surrounding Ugarit's most sensitive international affairs. Reports from the Hittite court were delivered directly to her, suggesting that she was expected to understand and perhaps influence decisions concerning foreign policy. The king clearly considered it politically valuable to communicate these events to his mother, just as the queen herself benefited from remaining fully informed. Their correspondence reflects a relationship built on mutual political importance rather than simple family affection. Unlike formal legal records, these letters were never intended to preserve history for future generations. They were private documents written for individuals who already shared an understanding of the political world around them. Because of this, they rarely mention personal names or identify the Hittite rulers discussed in the correspondence. At first glance, this lack of detail might seem frustrating, yet it is precisely what makes the letters so valuable. They expose patterns of behavior rather than isolated historical events. When read alongside official Hittite legal decisions, they help reconstruct the broader political relationships that shaped both kingdoms. The letters introduce questions that legal texts alone cannot answer, while the legal records provide historical examples that illuminate the relationships hinted at in the correspondence. Together, these two bodies of evidence reveal how royal mothers and sons operated within both the internal politics of Ugarit and the wider diplomatic world of the Late Bronze Age. Among all the surviving correspondence from Ugarit, 6 letters exchanged between a king and his mother stand out because they represent the largest surviving series of communications between the same family relationship. Whether every letter belongs to the same mother and son cannot be determined with certainty, since proper names are generally absent. Nevertheless, every document reflects the same political pairing, a reigning king writing to the queen who was also his mother. The consistency of this pattern alone suggests that communication between these two figures formed one of the kingdom's most important political channels. The timing of these letters is equally revealing. Most were written while the king was outside Ugarit, particularly during visits to the Hittite royal court. These journeys represented some of the most critical moments in the kingdom's foreign relations, yet the reports describing them were not addressed to ministers, generals, or other officials. Instead, they were sent directly to the queen. No other surviving texts preserve the king's own descriptions of these diplomatic missions. This unique body of correspondence therefore provides an unmatched perspective on how Ugarit's rulers communicated with one another during periods of international negotiation. Although many of these letters contain only short messages surrounded by standard formulas, those formal expressions deserve close attention. Rather than meaningless conventions repeated out of habit, they were carefully chosen to communicate social relationships and political expectations. Modern scholarship has demonstrated that scribes deliberately selected different opening formulas depending on the status of both sender and recipient. Every variation carried meaning. The wording of a greeting could reinforce authority, express equality, or acknowledge subordination. As a result, even the most routine sections of these letters become valuable evidence for understanding the social and political order of Ugarit. One of the clearest examples appears in the opening address. When writing to someone regarded as socially superior, the letter first identifies the recipient, usually by title, before introducing the sender. The queen is addressed as both queen and mother, while the king introduces himself not simply as king, but as your son. The order is significant. It immediately establishes the relationship before the message itself even begins. By contrast, other officials addressing the queen use different language entirely. They call her "my lady" and describe themselves as "your servant." These alternative formulas make it clear that the terms used in the king's letters were neither accidental nor purely biological. The distinction between official titles and relationship terms is especially important. Titles such as king or queen identify a particular office held by a particular individual. Words like mother, son, lady, or servant perform a different function. They define the relationship the sender wishes to establish with the recipient. In the diplomatic language of Ugarit, these expressions were political tools as much as descriptions of family ties. A writer could choose different relationship terms depending on the message he wished to convey, but titles remained fixed because they identified the office itself. This means that when the king repeatedly calls himself the queen's son, he is doing far more than stating an obvious fact. He is deliberately presenting himself within a specific framework of authority. Interestingly, not every letter to the queen employs this same combination of titles. The king could write to his mother without emphasizing their maternal relationship. Whenever he intentionally adopted the language of mother and son, he was shaping how both their relationship and his own authority would be understood by everyone who heard the letter read aloud. The repeated pairing of queen and mother with king and son therefore reflects a carefully constructed political message. It communicates respect, acknowledges hierarchy, and reinforces the unique position occupied by the queen within the royal household. Far from being a passive member of the dynasty, she appears as a figure whose relationship with the king carried constitutional significance. Through these carefully chosen formulas, the correspondence reveals that royal authority in Ugarit was expressed not only through kingship itself, but also through the enduring political bond between a ruling son and his royal mother. The language used in these royal letters becomes even more revealing when compared with the wider correspondence preserved from Ugarit. Not every letter followed the same structure. Instead, scribes selected different opening formulas depending on the relationship between the sender and the recipient. These choices were far from random. They reflected carefully defined social expectations and communicated status before the main message had even begun. When two individuals regarded one another as equals, the order of introduction changed completely. The sender presented himself first, followed by the recipient, who was addressed as either brother or sister. Interestingly, none of the surviving letters exchanged between the king and the queen mother follow this pattern. The relationship between them was never described as one of equality. Instead, the correspondence consistently presents a hierarchy, although the nature of that hierarchy shifts from letter to letter. A third style of address was normally reserved for situations in which the sender held a higher position than the recipient. In these cases, the writer identified himself first, while the recipient appeared afterward, usually without any accompanying family relationship. This format can be seen in letters sent by the queen to her own officials. She introduces herself simply as the queen, while the official is mentioned only by name. No expressions such as "my servant" or "my son" are necessary, because the order of the introduction alone establishes the unequal relationship. The message immediately signals that authority flows from the sender to the recipient. One particular letter from the king to his mother is especially fascinating because it blends elements from different styles of correspondence. The king introduces himself first, following the format normally associated with someone of superior rank. Yet, when he refers to the recipient, he still calls her "my mother." What is missing, however, is equally important. He does not describe himself as "your son." This subtle difference transforms the entire tone of the letter. Although the maternal relationship remains acknowledged, the king no longer places himself within the deferential framework found in other examples. This variation continues throughout the rest of the correspondence. In letters where the king explicitly calls himself the queen's son, additional expressions of humility appear immediately afterward. In contrast, when that self-identification disappears, the language of deference also fades away. Such consistency makes it difficult to believe these differences were accidental. Instead, they appear to reflect deliberate choices shaped by the political circumstances surrounding each letter. The clearest expression of respect appears in what scholars call the prostration formula. Across the ancient Near East, this was a familiar feature of letters written by subordinates to superiors. Writers declared that they fell at the feet of the recipient, using physical imagery to express submission and loyalty. The phrase was not merely decorative, it symbolized the behavior expected when someone of lower rank approached a person of greater authority. Several letters from the king to his mother include precisely this formula. After identifying himself as the king, "your son," he immediately declares that he falls at his mother's feet. The image is powerful. Even though the king ruled Ugarit, he symbolically lowered himself before the queen through the language of the letter. Whether this gesture reflected an actual court ritual or simply a literary convention, it clearly communicated respect that extended far beyond ordinary family affection. Other officials writing to the Queen employ even more elaborate versions of the same formula. Governors and administrators identify themselves as her servants before declaring that they fall before her feet from afar. Some intensify the expression still further by claiming to prostrate themselves 7 times and 7 times, an ancient idiom emphasizing repeated and complete submission. Compared with these examples, the king's wording is relatively brief. Nevertheless, by choosing to include the prostration formula at all, he deliberately places himself within a category normally associated with those addressing a superior. This observation has important consequences. If the king's description of himself as the Queen's son were intended merely to indicate biological relationship, there would be no reason for it to appear alongside language traditionally used by subordinates. Instead, the correspondence suggests that son represented an official political identity carrying expectations of humility, loyalty, and respect. Within this formal context, being the Queen's son was not simply a matter of birth. It was a recognized position within the political order of the royal household. Even more revealing are the letters in which these deferential elements disappear. In 2 surviving examples, the king addresses his mother using the pattern normally employed by someone speaking from a position of authority. He names himself first, identifies the Queen only by her personal name, and omits the prostration formula altogether. The elaborate expressions of humility vanish, replaced by a short, conventional greeting wishing her well. Although he still refers to her as his mother, the complimentary expression, "your son," no longer appears. This contrast highlights the true significance of the correspondence. The decisive factor is not whether the Queen is described as a mother. That designation remains constant in both groups of letters. What changes is the king's willingness to identify himself as her son. Whenever he adopts that identity, the surrounding language becomes noticeably more respectful. When he abandons it, the entire structure of the letter shifts toward a far less deferential tone. The pattern raises an intriguing question. Why would the same ruler sometimes emphasize his status as the Queen's son, while at other times presenting himself primarily as king? The answer almost certainly lies in politics rather than family relationships. These choices were carefully adapted to the circumstances surrounding each letter, allowing the writer to shape the balance of authority according to the needs of the moment. Studies of the complete Ugaritic correspondence reinforce this conclusion. The opening formulas used in these letters vary far more than those found in contemporary Akkadian correspondence. This flexibility gave scribes an opportunity to communicate subtle differences in status, obligation, and expectation without changing the substance of the message itself. Terms such as mother, son, lady, servant, brother, and sister acted as political signals whose meaning could be strengthened or softened depending on the formula surrounding them. Rather than viewing these variations as inconsistencies, it is more accurate to see them as deliberate rhetorical strategies. The writers were not confused about their relationships. They were adjusting their language to achieve particular political objectives. Sometimes, emphasizing kinship strengthened a request by reminding the recipient of mutual obligations. At other times, minimizing those same relationships allowed the sender to project greater authority or independence. In the king's correspondence with the Queen, these linguistic choices reveal a sophisticated understanding of power. Family terminology was not simply inherited vocabulary, but an instrument of government. Every greeting, every title, and every expression of humility helped define the political relationship between mother and son. By carefully selecting which formulas to use and which to omit, the king could reshape the tone of the conversation without altering its central message. These subtle shifts demonstrate that royal correspondence in Ugarit was not merely administrative communication. It was an essential tool through which authority, hierarchy, and political negotiation were continuously expressed and reinforced. The diplomatic language found in these letters also invites a broader reconsideration of how political authority functioned inside the royal household. One of the most significant observations made by modern scholarship is that discussions of ancient royal families have traditionally focused almost entirely on male relationships. Concepts such as father, son, master, and servant have long been treated as the primary language through which political power was understood. Yet the correspondence from Ugarit tells a more complex story. It repeatedly places women, and particularly queens, within that same political vocabulary. The relationship between a king and his mother was clearly not an exception to the political system. It was one of the structures upon which that system itself depended. This realization forces us to reconsider the king's repeated decision to describe himself as the queen's son. If such language appears only when it serves a particular purpose, then it must have carried genuine political value. The king was not simply reminding his audience of his family background. Instead, he was drawing legitimacy from a relationship that strengthened his own authority. Identifying himself as the son of the queen added another layer of credibility to his rule, suggesting that royal power could be reinforced through maternal as well as paternal connections. The obvious question, then, is what practical advantage the king gained from emphasizing this relationship? Why would a ruler deliberately lower himself through expressions of humility toward his own mother? The answer becomes clearer once we recognize that the queen occupied a position extending across multiple reigns. Unlike a newly crowned king, she represented continuity. Her authority did not begin with her son's accession to the throne. She had already served as queen during the reign of the previous king and remained in office after political power passed to the next generation. This seemingly simple fact carried enormous political importance. The title queen did not merely describe a family role. It reflected years of experience, influence, and established relationships that predated the current monarch. Long before her son became king, she had already participated in the diplomatic world surrounding Ugarit. She had witnessed earlier negotiations, managed court politics, and developed connections with foreign rulers. When a new king inherited the throne, he also inherited an international system shaped by alliances, treaties, obligations, and rivalries that had existed long before his own reign began. Among the most important of these relationships was Ugarit's connection with the Hittite Empire. The Hittite great king mentioned throughout the correspondence was almost certainly someone whom the queen had already known during the reign of her husband. Even if the imperial ruler belonged to the same generation as her son, the queen still possessed something the young king could not: political memory. She understood how previous negotiations had unfolded, remembered earlier agreements, and carried experience accumulated across decades of royal government. From this perspective, the king's decision to report directly to his mother after visiting the Hittite court becomes perfectly understandable. Whether or not she held an official diplomatic office mattered less than the knowledge and influence she possessed. She offered historical perspective, practical advice, and continuity at a moment when her son was navigating one of the kingdom's most delicate political relationships. While the crown transferred legal authority from father to son, the queen provided something equally valuable: the accumulated wisdom needed to govern successfully within an already established international order. The surviving letters consistently reinforce this picture. Regardless of the differences in their greetings or opening formulas, they almost always revolve around the same subjects: relations with the Hittite Empire, negotiations with neighboring kingdoms, and questions of diplomacy and military affairs. This consistency suggests that such matters naturally fell within the queen's sphere of interest. Whether the letters belong to one royal family or several different generations ultimately changes little. Across the surviving correspondence, the queen repeatedly appears as someone whose attention was expected whenever major foreign policy issues arose. The importance of these subjects becomes even clearer when viewed against Ugarit's political history. For centuries, the kingdom remained a loyal vassal of the Hittite Empire. This arrangement began during the reign of King Nickmadu II, when Ugarit accepted Hittite authority through a formal treaty in the 14th century BCE. The alliance survived until the final collapse of both the Hittite Empire and Ugarit itself at the end of the Late Bronze Age. Throughout this entire period, every Ugaritic ruler governed within the framework of Hittite imperial power. Yet, Ugarit was never an insignificant dependency. Situated on the Syrian coast, the kingdom controlled one of the region's most prosperous commercial centers. Its merchants connected the economies of Egypt, Anatolia, Mesopotamia, and the Levant, allowing Ugarit to accumulate extraordinary wealth. Because of this strategic position, its kings enjoyed greater influence than many other Hittite vassals. Although obligated to acknowledge Hittite supremacy, they also possessed valuable resources that gave them leverage in negotiations with the imperial court. Several letters written by the king to his mother describe audiences held with the Hittite great king. Two of the most revealing concern the presentation of tribute. These letters combine the highest level of ceremonial respect toward the queen with detailed reports about obligations owed to Hittite rulers. After greeting his mother with formal expressions of humility and wishing for her well-being, the king explains that offerings have been presented as tribute before turning to developments involving possible Hittite military action. The sequence of ideas is particularly revealing. The king first reassures his mother that everything is proceeding well, then asks her to send news of conditions back in Ugarit before promising to keep her informed about any future military movements. If the Hittite army advances, he assures her that another message will follow immediately. If no campaign occurs, he promises to report that as well. Finally, he encourages her not to worry or become distressed. These closing remarks transform what might otherwise seem like routine diplomatic correspondence. The king clearly assumes that the queen is deeply invested in events unfolding at the Hittite court. His promise to continue updating her suggests that this letter forms part of an ongoing exchange rather than an isolated report. The queen is expected to follow developments closely, respond with information of her own, and remain engaged in discussions concerning the kingdom's security and foreign relations. Another surviving letter follows almost exactly the same pattern, but introduces an additional figure into the story, the Hittite queen. Once again, the king describes tribute being presented, yet this time the offering is directed specifically toward the Queen of Hatti rather than the great king himself. The language used to describe these two acts is nearly identical, indicating that tribute offered to the Hittite queen was considered just as normal and politically necessary as tribute presented to the king. This detail reflects the realities of Hittite diplomacy. Obligations imposed upon Ugarit's rulers included presenting gifts not only to the great king, but also to the imperial queen. The correspondence therefore mirrors official treaty obligations, while simultaneously revealing how those requirements were understood from inside the royal household. The king reports these ceremonies to his own mother, using language filled with respect, while describing similar acts of honor performed before another royal woman at the Hittite court. The parallels are difficult to ignore. In Ugarit, the king symbolically places himself at the feet of the queen mother through carefully chosen epistolary formulas. In Hatti, he demonstrates loyalty by presenting tribute to the imperial queen before receiving favor from the great king. In both political worlds, royal women occupy positions that help shape the relationship between male rulers and legitimate authority. The letter itself emphasizes this connection. After describing the tribute presented to the Hittite queen, the king proudly reports that his words were accepted and that the great king looked upon him with favor. Approval from the queen is immediately followed by approval from the king, linking the two forms of royal authority together. Success in one relationship reinforces success in the other. This parallel naturally invites comparison with the correspondence framing the report. Just as the Hittite queen appears alongside the great king, the queen mother of Ugarit stands beside her royal son. The king's respectful language toward his mother therefore acquires a deeper political meaning. By honoring the queen who legitimizes his own position, he is also strengthening the authority through which he himself rules. His identity is not defined solely by kingship, but by his status as the son of a queen whose office commands recognition both within the kingdom and beyond it. The remaining letters concerning relations with Hatti adopt a noticeably different tone. Gone are the elaborate expressions of humility and the repeated identification of the king as the queen's son. Instead, the king introduces himself first, identifies his mother only by name, and concludes with the brief greeting normally associated with correspondence from a superior to a subordinate. Even so, the subject matter remains unchanged. Once again, the focus rests on diplomatic relations with the Hittite Empire. The shift in language, therefore, does not reflect a change in political priorities, but a deliberate adjustment in how the relationship between king and queen was presented on that particular occasion. The surviving letters become even more meaningful once the identity of the queen herself is considered. The woman addressed in several of these texts is almost certainly Shireli, one of the best documented queens from the final years of Ugarit's history before the kingdom's destruction around 1190 BCE. Other contemporary records show that she remained queen throughout the reign of her husband and continued to hold that position after her son inherited the throne. Her political career therefore stretched across multiple generations, making her one of the most experienced figures within the royal court. Shireli appears not only in Ugaritic correspondence, but also in Akkadian diplomatic documents. One particularly revealing letter from the ruler of Carchemish demonstrates that foreign powers communicated directly with her on matters extending far beyond ceremonial affairs. Questions involving maritime trade, the movement of ships, judicial disputes, and criminal punishment all fell within subjects discussed with the queen. Such evidence confirms that she exercised genuine political influence rather than serving as a symbolic representative of the royal household. This background makes several of the king's letters especially intriguing. Although the recipient was a queen whose authority was well established, some letters avoid calling her queen altogether. Instead, she is addressed simply by her personal name together with the word mother. Likewise, the king no longer introduces himself as your son. At first glance, this appears contradictory. Why would a ruler avoid emphasizing titles that clearly existed, particularly when corresponding with someone of such unquestioned authority? The answer may lie in the sophisticated way Ugaritic scribes combined different epistolary conventions. Even when the opening formulas resemble correspondence from a superior to a subordinate, other elements preserve signs of respect. Several of these letters still include divine blessings asking the gods to protect the queen and keep her in good health. Such blessings normally appear only in correspondence expressing kinship or personal closeness rather than formal superiority. The result is a carefully balanced style of writing that combines authority with familial respect. These mixed formulas demonstrate that the correspondence cannot be reduced to rigid categories. The writers were clearly capable of adapting established conventions to fit changing political situations. In some letters, ceremonial language emphasized hierarchy and reverence. In others, more direct forms of communication projected confidence while still acknowledging the enduring bond between mother and son. The flexibility itself is revealing because it shows that these letters were crafted with political intention rather than copied from fixed administrative templates. One explanation for these differences is that the king employed more elaborate language whenever he hoped to reinforce the queen's political standing, thereby strengthening his own legitimacy at the same time. In letters describing tribute presented before the Hittite rulers, honoring the Queen of Ugarit through highly respectful formulas paralleled the ceremonial honor shown to the Hittite royal family. By elevating his mother, the king indirectly elevated the prestige of his own dynasty within the broader diplomatic order. Other letters, however, present a noticeably different situation. One fragment preserves the king's reply to an earlier message sent by his mother. Instead of merely reporting recent events, he responds directly to concerns she had already expressed and assures her that he will continue to inform her about developments at the Hittite court. Whether he returns quickly or remains with the imperial court for a longer period, he promises to keep her informed. This exchange confirms that communication between the two was ongoing rather than occasional. Their correspondence formed a continuous dialogue surrounding Ugarit's diplomatic affairs. The queen requested information, and the king answered her concerns. Even in letters where the formal language becomes less deferential, the practical relationship remains unchanged. She continued to expect reports while he continued to provide them. Another fascinating letter introduces yet another variation. Here, the sender identifies himself by his personal name rather than the royal title of king, while addressing Shireli simply as "my mother." Although the formal titles disappear, the content immediately focuses on the sender's successful audience with the Hittite great king, He proudly reports that the imperial ruler received him favorably and urges his mother to take confidence from this achievement. The letter then introduces a detail absent from the earlier correspondence. Rather than emphasizing his position as the queen's son, the writer highlights his military authority. He identifies himself as the guardian of the army, presenting his command over military forces as the foundation of his authority. This shift is significant. Instead of drawing legitimacy from his maternal relationship, he attempts to persuade his mother through evidence of his own achievements and responsibilities. The tone suggests that reassurance is one of the letter's primary objectives. The writer repeatedly urges his mother not to become discouraged, insisting that the political and military situation remains under control because of both his successful audience with the Hittite king and his command of the army. The language carries the unmistakable impression of someone attempting to calm anxieties within the royal household during a period of uncertainty. Some scholars have proposed that this particular letter may not have been written by the reigning king at all, but by a younger prince, possibly the king's brother. If this interpretation is correct, the absence of royal titles becomes easier to understand. A younger son could not legitimately describe himself using the reciprocal formula, the king, your son, because that political identity belonged exclusively to the reigning monarch. Instead, he would naturally emphasize the authority available to him through military command and his own diplomatic success. Whether this interpretation is accepted or not, the correspondence clearly demonstrates that writers selected different formulas to achieve different political goals. Language emphasizing maternal authority strengthened one type of relationship, while language highlighting military leadership strengthened another. The choice depended not on accident, but on the needs of the moment. A further letter dealing with military affairs reinforces this conclusion even more dramatically. Unlike the earlier diplomatic correspondence, this message appears to have been written during an active military crisis. The opening is unusually brief, omitting many of the conventional greetings that normally appear in royal correspondence. Instead, the writer immediately addresses the queen using every available title of respect, queen, mother, and lady, before turning to the urgent events unfolding around him. The body of the letter describes intense fighting lasting several days and centers on the fate of a man named Abdimilki. The queen herself had apparently dispatched this individual to assist the king, suggesting that she remained directly involved in military operations as well as diplomacy. The sender assures her that Abdimilki is still alive and vows that even if his companion should fall, he will continue fighting alone if necessary. This extraordinary passage reveals the queen's involvement in military affairs with remarkable clarity. She was not simply receiving reports from distant battlefields, she actively participated by sending personnel, monitoring developments, and remaining closely connected to the progress of military campaigns. Under such circumstances, lengthy arguments about authority would have been unnecessary. What mattered most was maintaining her confidence and ensuring her continued support during a moment of crisis. Viewed together, all of these letters point toward the same conclusion despite their different styles. Some emphasize ceremonial respect, others project confidence, and still others communicate with remarkable urgency. Yet they all revolve around a common pattern. The queen consistently receives reports concerning Ugarit's relationship with the Hittite Empire, military developments, and the kingdom's broader diplomatic position. These were not isolated messages, but parts of an ongoing exchange between mother and son that formed an essential element of royal government. The continuity of this correspondence ultimately reflects the continuity of the queen's own office. She represented the living connection between successive reigns, carrying political knowledge accumulated across decades of experience. By the time her son inherited the throne, she had already established relationships with foreign courts, witnessed earlier negotiations, and navigated previous political crises. Her authority rested not only on family ties, but on institutional memory. For that reason, the king's relationship with his mother was never purely domestic. It was one of the foundations upon which his own reign rested. At times, he sought her support through elaborate expressions of humility. At other moments, he asserted his own authority more forcefully. Both approaches make sense once the queen is understood, not simply as a parent, but as an experienced political figure whose influence extended across generations. The letters therefore reveal a monarchy in which authority was continuously negotiated between two powerful members of the same dynasty, each bringing different forms of legitimacy, experience, and influence to the government of Ugarit. The surviving correspondence between the kings and queens of Ugarit offers an unusually detailed picture of how royal mothers and sons interacted, yet it leaves many historical questions unanswered. Most of the letters omit the names of both the sender and the recipient, and they almost never identify the Hittite rulers mentioned within the text. Apart from the occasional appearance of the name Shareli, the documents provide few clues that would allow historians to place them within a precise historical moment. For the people who originally exchanged these messages, however, such details were unnecessary. The participants already knew who was writing, who was receiving the letter, and which political events were being discussed. This silence is revealing in its own right. Outside the royal family, correspondence usually identifies both parties by name because the letters concern specific individuals carrying out specific tasks. Within the royal household, however, titles alone were often sufficient. The writers simply referred to one another as king, queen, mother, or son. Their personal identities mattered less than the official relationships they represented. Every exchange reinforced an established political framework in which family positions also functioned as offices of government. Among all the surviving correspondence, one letter stands apart because it connects the themes explored so far with a much broader political landscape. This document not only examines the relationship between a king and his mother, but also introduces another category of royal women whose importance extended beyond the borders of Ugarit. Through references to daughters, wives, and dynastic marriages, it demonstrates how women linked neighboring kingdoms together and became central figures in regional diplomacy. The letter expands our understanding of the queen's role by placing her within an international network of royal families. Like the earlier correspondence, it records communication inside the royal household of Ugarit. At the same time, it describes interactions involving the royal family of Amurru, one of Ugarit's most significant neighboring kingdoms. The queen therefore appears not only as a mother advising her son, but also as an influential participant in relations extending well beyond her own kingdom. The history shared by Ugarit and Amurru was long and often complicated. At times, the two kingdoms stood as rivals, while at other moments they became close allies. One of their earliest known agreements brought an end to earlier hostilities and established a buffer zone separating their territories. Military cooperation followed, and both kingdoms eventually accepted the supremacy of the Hittite Empire through separate treaties with the Great King. As fellow vassals, they often relied upon Hittite arbitration whenever disputes arose between them. The letter discussed here offers something quite different. Instead of presenting relations between Ugarit and Amurru through the voice of Hittite officials, it reveals how those relationships were understood from inside the royal court itself. The correspondence provides an internal perspective, allowing us to observe diplomacy as experienced by the participants rather than as recorded by imperial administrators. At the center of the letter stands another royal woman, the daughter of the king of Amurru. Her presence immediately evokes the importance of dynastic marriage in maintaining political alliances throughout the Late Bronze Age. Historical records show that more than one princess from Amurru eventually became queen in Ugarit. One served as the mother of King Amistamru II, while another later married him. Their lives illustrate how royal women frequently crossed political borders, carrying alliances from one kingdom into another. The later history of Amistamru II's wife became one of the most dramatic episodes preserved in Hittite legal documents. Her marriage eventually collapsed, leading to divorce, exile, diplomatic negotiations between kingdoms, forced extradition, and ultimately her execution. Numerous imperial rulings describe different stages of this prolonged political crisis. Yet remarkably, none of those official records ever place the Queen Mother and the royal wife within the same narrative. This is precisely why the Ugaritic letter is so valuable. It offers the only surviving glimpse of interactions among several royal women connected to the same dynasty. Mothers, daughters, wives, and future queens all appear within the same political environment. Although the references remain indirect, the document preserves evidence for relationships between royal women that no other surviving text records. The opening of the letter immediately establishes the familiar political framework. Although part of the tablet has been damaged, enough remains to reconstruct the standard formula used in the most respectful correspondence between king and queen mother. The king identifies himself as the queen's son, falls symbolically at her feet, wishes for her health and protection, and asks her to send news of conditions back in Ugarit. Once again, the language emphasizes mutual obligation rather than simple family affection. As in earlier letters, the king appears to be writing while absent from the kingdom. Yet, the responsibilities he assigns to his mother reveal an even broader range of authority than before. He expects her to organize military assistance on his behalf, represent his interests before the city's governing council, and oversee negotiations involving the daughter of the king of Amuru. Within a single document, the queen emerges simultaneously as military coordinator, political representative, and diplomatic intermediary. The first issue raised by the king concerns military support. Far from expressing gratitude, he complains that the queen has sent the wrong soldiers to assist him. Instead of ordinary troops, he insists that she dispatch members of the royal guard. His words make it clear that she controls the assignment of military personnel and possesses the authority to determine where elite soldiers will be stationed. This complaint significantly expands our understanding of the queen's responsibilities. Earlier letters had already hinted that she could send trusted individuals to assist military operations. Here, however, her authority appears considerably greater. She is shown directing the movement of armed forces themselves, deciding which soldiers accompany the king and which remain elsewhere. Such responsibilities place her firmly within the military administration of the kingdom. The tone of the exchange is equally revealing. Although the king opens with elaborate expressions of respect, he quickly shifts to open criticism of his mother's decision. His language combines ceremonial humility with unmistakable frustration. Rather than undermining the relationship, this contrast demonstrates its political maturity. Their correspondence was capable of accommodating both formal respect and direct disagreement without abandoning the established framework connecting Queen Mother and royal son. The second part of the letter introduces an even more complicated political situation. The king instructs his mother to speak before the city council concerning documents related to the daughter of the king of Amuru. If the council hesitates or fails to reach a decision, he questions why he bothered sending official instructions in the first place. The passage suggests that the queen acted as his representative within the kingdom while simultaneously managing matters affecting relations with a neighboring royal family. The letter then describes the departure of an official for the court of Amuru carrying valuable gifts. Gold, expensive textiles, and ceremonial oil accompany the mission, while the daughter of the Amurite king appears to receive a formal ritual involving the pouring of oil upon her head. Although the exact purpose of these actions remains uncertain, the ceremony clearly belongs to the world of dynastic diplomacy and royal marriage negotiations. Scholars have proposed several possible explanations for the historical background of this correspondence. Some believe it concerns preparations for a marriage alliance between Ugarit and Amuru. Others have argued that it reflects attempts to reconcile a troubled royal marriage after separation. A third interpretation links the events to later disputes that eventually ended in violence. None of these theories can be proven with complete certainty because the surviving text remains incomplete. Regardless of which historical reconstruction proves correct, the broader significance of the letter remains unchanged. Its greatest value lies not in identifying a single historical event, but in revealing the political environment surrounding royal women. The queen does not simply observe negotiations from the sidelines. She organizes military resources, represents the absent king before local authorities, oversees sensitive diplomatic matters, and participates in discussions involving another royal family whose fortunes were closely tied to those of Ugarit. One of the earliest interpretations of this remarkable letter argued that it records the opening stages of a royal marriage negotiation. According to this view, the official named Yabninu traveled to the court of Amuru, carrying 100 shekels of gold before performing a ceremonial anointing of the Amurite princess. These actions were understood not as isolated diplomatic gestures, but as the first formal steps toward establishing a dynastic marriage between the two kingdoms. What makes this interpretation especially compelling is not simply the proposed historical event, but the role assigned to the queen. Rather than informing her after decisions had already been made, the king appears to report the progress of the negotiations while seeking her approval before moving forward. Such an exchange fits perfectly with the pattern established throughout the earlier correspondence. Time and again, the king communicates major diplomatic developments directly to his mother, treating her as someone whose opinion carries genuine political weight. If this explanation is correct, the mission to Amurru represents another example of the same collaborative relationship already observed in the king's reports from the Hittite court. Just as he informed his mother about meetings with the great king, he now keeps her updated on negotiations involving another neighboring kingdom. The diplomatic journey, the presentation of valuable gifts, and the ceremonial treatment of the foreign princess all become subjects worthy of discussion between mother and son because both participated in shaping the kingdom's foreign policy. Not every scholar, however, accepted this interpretation. Another proposal argued that the letter does not concern the beginning of a marriage, but rather a far more complicated episode involving the breakdown of an existing royal union. Attention focused on a damaged section of the tablet containing a word that could possibly refer to guilt, wrongdoing, or emotional distress. If this reading were correct, the daughter of the king of Amurru might not be preparing for marriage at all, but instead confronting the consequences of a political crisis. This alternative interpretation connected the letter with the troubled marriage of King Amistamru II and his Amorite wife. According to this reconstruction, the correspondence belongs to the long series of diplomatic disputes that followed their separation. Instead of celebrating a future alliance, the king would be attempting to resolve, or perhaps exploit, a deteriorating relationship whose consequences extended across two kingdoms. The debate centers on a single difficult expression whose meaning remains uncertain because of damage to the tablet and the complexities of the Ugaritic language. Depending upon how the word is interpreted, the princess may be described either as someone who has received ceremonial anointing or as someone burdened by anxiety and distress. This seemingly small linguistic difference dramatically alters the historical picture. One interpretation points toward the celebration of a marriage, while the other suggests political conflict and personal misfortune. As additional evidence was examined, even the scholars who originally favored the second interpretation began to modify their conclusions. They recognized that the reconstruction required assumptions unsupported by other surviving documents and depended too heavily upon uncertain readings of damaged passages. Gradually, attention shifted away from identifying the letter as part of the divorce crisis and toward understanding it within a broader diplomatic context. Another interpretation introduced an even darker possibility. Rather than preparing a royal wedding or attempting reconciliation, the mission to Amurru was seen as part of the process leading to the execution of the Amorite princess. Historical records preserve the extraordinary story of Amistamru II reclaiming his former wife from exile before ordering her death, and this proposal sought to connect the surviving letter with those events. According to this reconstruction, Yabninu's journey carried a more sinister purpose than previous scholars had imagined. The gold presented at the Amorite court was interpreted as part of the payment demanded by the woman's relatives before they would surrender her. The military support requested elsewhere in the letter likewise seemed consistent with preparations for a politically sensitive operation requiring armed protection. This theory also depended upon interpreting the ceremony involving oil differently from earlier scholars. Rather than viewing anointing as part of a marriage ritual, it was suggested that the act served another ceremonial function connected with the princess's fate. Yet this proposal encounters a serious difficulty. Across the ancient Near East, anointing before marriage is widely attested, while no convincing evidence survives for anointing someone immediately before execution. Without comparable examples, the argument becomes considerably weaker. For this reason, many researchers eventually return to the more traditional explanation. The combination of diplomatic gifts, ceremonial anointing, and communication between royal families fits naturally within the well-established practice of arranging interdynastic marriages. Such marriages formed one of the principal instruments through which alliances were created and maintained across the Late Bronze Age. Even so, the exact historical event described in the letter remains uncertain. It may refer to the marriage of Amistamru II, another Ugaritic king, or an entirely different diplomatic initiative whose details have been lost. The damaged state of the tablet prevents any definitive conclusion. What survives is enough to suggest possibilities, but not enough to identify a single historical scenario with complete confidence. From a broader historical perspective, however, the precise event is less important than the political relationships revealed by the correspondence itself. Regardless of whether the letter concerns marriage negotiations, attempted reconciliation, or another diplomatic mission entirely, the Queen occupies the same central position observed throughout the earlier documents. She receives reports, represents the absent king before influential councils, oversees delicate negotiations, and participates directly in decisions affecting foreign relations. This continuity is far more significant than resolving every uncertainty surrounding the letter's historical background. The correspondence consistently portrays collaboration between mother and son as an essential element of royal government. Sometimes, the king approaches his mother with elaborate expressions of humility. At other moments, he speaks with greater confidence or even open frustration. Yet, throughout these shifting tones, their political partnership remains remarkably stable. The comparison between the Ugaritic letters and the Hittite legal records highlights this point especially well. The letters allow us to observe political relationships from inside the royal household itself. They reveal conversations, requests, disagreements, and negotiations as they unfolded between members of the same dynasty. The Hittite verdicts, by contrast, present those same relationships from the perspective of an imperial government attempting to regulate disputes among its vassals. Viewed together, these two groups of sources complement one another in extraordinary ways. The correspondence illustrates how royal mothers and sons cooperated in the daily exercise of power, while the legal decisions reveal the broader political consequences of those relationships once they became matters of international concern. One source records private interaction, the other records official intervention. Together they reveal a political world far more complex than traditional models of ancient kingship have often suggested. Royal women appear simultaneously as mothers, queens, daughters, wives, sisters, and diplomatic actors whose influence crossed both family boundaries and political frontiers. Their authority could shape military decisions, diplomatic negotiations, succession, marriage alliances, and relations between kingdoms. Rather than standing outside the machinery of government, they formed one of its most enduring and influential components. The Ugaritic letters therefore leave us with a striking conclusion. Kingship in Ugarit cannot be understood solely through the actions of male rulers or the succession of fathers and sons. The stability of the kingdom depended equally upon royal women who carried political experience across generations, preserved relationships with foreign courts, advised successive rulers, and participated directly in the diplomacy that linked the kingdoms of the Late Bronze Age together. Through their correspondence with kings, these queens emerge not as supporting figures in the story of Ugarit, but as central architects of its political life. The final section of this chapter brings together the central themes that have emerged throughout the correspondence. More than any other surviving document, Letter RS 34.124 forms a bridge between the private exchanges preserved in Ugaritic and the official Hittite legal decisions that illuminate the wider political world of the Late Bronze Age. On one level, it captures the continuing partnership between a queen and her royal son. On another, it places that relationship within a much broader network of royal families connected through diplomacy, marriage, and international politics. Earlier interpretations concentrated primarily on identifying the historical event behind the letter. While these efforts produced valuable insights, they often overlooked one of the document's most striking features: the political language used to describe the two royal women who stand at its center. The Queen of Ugarit appears through a reciprocal relationship expressed in the familiar titles "the Queen, my mother," and "the King, your son." By contrast, the other woman is identified only as the daughter of the king of Amurru. This contrast is unlikely to be accidental. Instead, it reveals two very different stages in the political lives of royal women. The Queen of Ugarit is introduced through the authority she has built for herself inside the kingdom. Her identity no longer depends upon the family into which she was born, but upon the office she holds and the political relationship she shares with the reigning king. Her son defines himself through her position, acknowledging her continuing importance within the government of Ugarit. The Amurite princess occupies the opposite end of that political journey. She is not described as a queen, a wife, or the mother of a ruler. Instead, every aspect of her public identity depends upon her father. She exists politically because she is the daughter of the king of Amurru. Although the king of Ugarit sends official messages concerning her, asks his mother to negotiate on her behalf, and dispatches trusted representatives to Amurru, she still possesses no recognized political status within Ugarit itself. Several explanations could account for this situation. She may not yet have entered into the marriage alliance that would eventually establish her position in another kingdom. Alternatively, she may already have lost that status through divorce, separation, or political conflict. Another possibility deserves equal consideration. At this particular moment, her relationship to her father may simply have been the most politically significant aspect of her identity. By emphasizing her paternal connection, the letter reminds its audience that every decision concerning her also affected the king of Amurru, and, by extension, the relationship between two neighboring states. This distinction transforms the way both women function within the correspondence. The daughter of the king of Amurru represents the interests of her father and the kingdom from which she comes. The queen of Ugarit, meanwhile, speaks not on behalf of her father, but for her son and the kingdom she now helps govern. Each woman embodies the political interests of a different royal household, making their positions essential to the diplomacy unfolding between the two kingdoms. Placed side by side, these contrasting identities reveal the remarkable political transformation a royal woman could experience during her lifetime. Before becoming queen, the woman who now rules beside her son was herself once identified primarily through her father. Whether she had been the daughter of another king or the child of an influential noble family, her original identity rested upon paternal affiliation. By the time these letters were written, however, that earlier connection had faded into the background. Her authority now derived from the office she occupied within Ugarit and from the political network she had built over decades of service to the kingdom. This transformation carried consequences extending far beyond the queen herself. Her success in maintaining authority across successive reigns also strengthened the position of the men connected to her. The king repeatedly identifies himself as the son of the queen because that relationship reinforces his own legitimacy. He turns to her for advice, support, negotiation, and assistance because her experience and influence remain indispensable to the stability of his reign. Her political achievements become part of his own foundation as king. The contrast with the daughter of the king of Amurru is striking. If she had not yet completed the transition from princess to queen, her authority still depended upon her father's position. If she had already passed through that transition only to lose it through political misfortune, the title preserved in the letter reflects that reversal. In either case, her identity illustrates how uncertain the political lives of royal women could be. Marriage offered the possibility of acquiring enormous influence, yet that influence could also be challenged, weakened, or even disappear under changing political circumstances. The letters, therefore, reveal that royal women occupied positions defined not only by opportunity, but also by constant negotiation. Titles, family relationships, and political authority evolved throughout their lives as they moved between kingdoms and across generations. The correspondence preserves only brief glimpses of these transformations, yet those glimpses fundamentally reshape our understanding of royal government in Ugarit. The Hittite legal verdicts examined in the following chapters confirm that the situations described in these letters were not isolated cases. Queens continuing to exercise authority during the reigns of their sons appear repeatedly within the imperial records, as do complex political relationships linking mothers, wives, daughters, and sisters across multiple royal families. Whether or not the women mentioned in RS 34.124 are identical to those described in the Hittite documents matters less than the broader patterns emerging from both groups of sources. Together, the Ugaritic letters and the Hittite verdicts create a far richer picture than either collection could provide alone. The correspondence reveals the daily cooperation between royal mothers and sons from inside the royal household, allowing us to observe diplomacy, negotiation, and political consultation as they unfolded in practice. The imperial verdicts, on the other hand, provide names, dates, and historical settings that place these relationships within the larger political landscape of the Hittite Empire. When combined, these sources demonstrate that queens provided something no newly crowned king could immediately possess: continuity. A queen who remained in office across multiple reigns carried decades of diplomatic experience, personal relationships with foreign courts, and intimate knowledge of earlier political agreements. In some cases, she had already served as queen before the reigning Hittite monarch himself inherited the imperial throne. Her experience therefore extended across both domestic succession and international political change. Royal women fulfilled another equally important function. Through marriage alliances, they linked one royal household to another, creating channels of diplomacy that connected entire kingdoms. The uncertain position of the daughter of the king of Amurru illustrates both the opportunities and the risks involved in this role. A princess could become queen and acquire lasting authority, yet changing political circumstances might also undermine that position and leave her future uncertain. The correspondence also reminds us that political relationships were never fixed. The changing language used by kings when addressing their mothers demonstrates that authority within the royal household remained subject to negotiation. Expressions of humility could appear in one situation and disappear in another. Respect, persuasion, disagreement, and cooperation all existed within the same political framework. These shifts reflected the realities of government rather than inconsistencies in royal etiquette. The Hittite verdicts allow these negotiations to be observed within identifiable historical events, showing how personal relationships between royal women and men shaped diplomacy, succession, marriage alliances, and international law. Together with the Ugaritic letters, they reveal a political system in which kinship served not merely as a family structure, but as one of the fundamental mechanisms through which power itself was organized. Ultimately, the evidence from Ugarit challenges the traditional picture of ancient Near Eastern monarchy as an institution dominated exclusively by fathers and sons. Queens who survived from one reign to the next acted as guardians of continuity, advisors to kings, managers of diplomacy, coordinators of military affairs, and representatives of the kingdom in negotiations extending far beyond its borders. Their authority influenced not only their own status, but also the legitimacy and effectiveness of the rulers with whom they were connected. Through these remarkable letters and the legal records that accompany them, royal women emerge as central participants in the political life of Ugarit, demonstrating that the stability of the kingdom depended as much upon their experience and authority as upon the kings who occupied its throne. The correspondence examined in the previous chapter opens an important window into the inner life of Ugarit's royal family. Through these letters, we witness queens advising kings, sons reporting diplomatic missions to their mothers, and royal women participating directly in political affairs. Yet these texts alone cannot fully explain how queens maintained authority across generations or why the relationship between a royal mother and her son became such a crucial element of government. Because the letters rarely identify their writers or recipients by name, they provide only fragments of a much larger historical picture. Fortunately, another body of evidence fills many of these gaps. Alongside the Ugaritic correspondence, archaeologists uncovered a collection of Hittite imperial legal verdicts concerning members of the royal families of Ugarit and Amurru. Unlike the letters, these official decisions identify the rulers involved by name, record the authority under which each judgment was issued, and firmly place the events within a historical framework. Read together, the letters and the legal verdicts illuminate one another. The private correspondence reveals how political relationships functioned inside the royal household, while the imperial records demonstrate how those same relationships shaped diplomacy, succession, and international law across the Hittite sphere of influence. The legal documents belong to a remarkable archive discovered inside the royal palace of Ugarit. Stored together in a dedicated section of the palace, the tablets contain treaties, diplomatic agreements, legal decisions, and official verdicts regulating relations between Ugarit, the Hittite Empire, Carchemish, and neighboring kingdoms such as Amurru. The collection spans more than a century, beginning with the earliest treaties signed under King Nikmadu II and continuing until the final years of Ugarit's existence shortly before the kingdom's destruction. The composition of this archive is significant in itself. Unlike other groups of tablets found at Ugarit, these documents share a common purpose. They preserve the legal and diplomatic foundations upon which successive generations of rulers based their authority. Their careful preservation suggests that they were regarded as living political records rather than historical curiosities. Whenever disputes emerged concerning succession, alliances, territorial rights, or royal obligations, these documents provided the legal precedents necessary for resolving them. This context makes the verdicts involving royal women particularly important. A surprisingly large proportion of the surviving judicial decisions concern queens, princesses, and the political relationships surrounding them. Their prominence within the archive demonstrates that royal women were not peripheral figures whose affairs happened to attract official attention. Instead, conflicts involving queens repeatedly reached the highest levels of imperial government because they affected the stability of kingdoms, dynastic succession, and relations between powerful states. The legal records reveal royal women operating simultaneously on several levels. They appear as wives, mothers, daughters, sisters, and queens, but these family identities also carried profound political significance. Marriage created alliances between kingdoms. Motherhood shaped dynastic succession. Kinship determined claims to power, inheritance, and legitimacy. Biological relationships therefore became political institutions through which authority was transmitted and maintained. The concept of succession illustrates this connection particularly well. A new king inherited not only the throne, but also an entire network of diplomatic obligations, family relationships, and political expectations established during previous reigns. Queens who survived into the reigns of their sons provided continuity within this system, preserving knowledge, alliances, and experience that no newly crowned ruler could immediately replace. Royal women also occupied another equally important position. Through interdynastic marriages, they linked one kingdom to another, becoming living connections between separate royal houses. Every royal marriage therefore operated on two levels simultaneously. It joined individuals into a family while also joining political communities into an alliance. Whenever such marriages failed, the consequences extended far beyond the private lives of the people involved. It is precisely these moments of political crisis that dominate the imperial verdicts. Legal disputes surrounding divorce, succession, inheritance, and competing claims to authority expose the underlying assumptions of the political system more clearly than periods of stability ever could. During times of conflict, imperial authorities were forced to define the limits of royal power, specify the rights of queens, and determine the obligations owed between members of ruling families. The verdicts examined in this chapter revolve around two such crises, both occurring during the reign of King Amistamru II in the second half of the 13th century BCE. Although the disputes differ dramatically in their details, both center on the relationship between a royal woman and her son. In one case, the queen mother cooperates with her son to secure his position against rival claimants within the dynasty. In the other, a divorced queen becomes the focus of anxiety because of the possibility that she might restore her political influence through her own son. Together, these two cases reveal how central the office of queen had become within Ugarit's political system. A queen who successfully retained her position after the death of her husband possessed resources capable of influencing succession itself. Her authority could strengthen the reign of her son, shape alliances, and alter the balance of power within the kingdom. The legal verdicts therefore confirm what the Ugaritic letters had already suggested. queens were not ceremonial figures, but active participants in maintaining royal authority. At first glance, the two disputes appear to belong to the same historical period. They involve the same generation of Hittite rulers, the same royal court at Carchemish, and the same kingdom of Ugarit. Yet the political histories of the two women at the center of these cases extend much further into the past. Although both originated as princesses of Amurru, who entered Ugarit through dynastic marriage, the political worlds into which they married were fundamentally different. The older queen, Ahatumilki, arrived in Ugarit before the Hittite Empire began directly intervening in the succession of Amurru's royal family. Her marriage represented an alliance negotiated primarily between the ruling dynasties of two neighboring kingdoms. The political relationship remained largely independent of direct imperial control. The younger queen entered Ugarit under entirely different circumstances. By her time, Amurru had already experienced repeated intervention from Hittite rulers. Its kings had been deposed, exiled, restored to power, and reorganized according to imperial interests. As a result, every aspect of the younger queen's political position depended not only upon the royal families of Ugarit and Amurru, but also upon the approval of the Hittite Empire itself. This contrast shaped the destinies of both women. Ahatumilki established her authority largely through regional diplomacy between neighboring kingdoms, while the younger queen found every stage of her political life subject to imperial arbitration. Their experiences therefore illustrate the changing nature of power in Syria during the 13th century BCE, as Hittite influence expanded ever more deeply into the affairs of its vassal states. The history of Ahatumilki's own marriage has generated considerable scholarly discussion. One surviving tablet records the wealth she brought from Amurru to Ugarit upon entering her new kingdom. The inventory lists valuable possessions accompanying her as part of the marriage alliance, demonstrating both the prestige of the union and the considerable economic resources associated with royal women. The seal impressed upon this document has attracted particular attention because it belongs to an earlier ruler of Amurru. Some historians have argued that this identifies Ahatumilki as his daughter, implying that she remained politically active for an exceptionally long period spanning several generations. Others suggest that the seal merely invoked the authority of an earlier royal ancestor and therefore cannot be used to determine her exact parentage. According to this interpretation, she may instead have been the daughter of a later king and married somewhat later than previously believed. Although this debate remains unresolved, its broader implications are clear. Regardless of her exact ancestry, Ahatumilki maintained her position through multiple reigns and became one of the most politically experienced individuals in Ugarit. Her authority stretched across changing dynasties, shifting alliances, and major transformations in the international order of the Eastern Mediterranean. By the time the Hittite verdicts concerning her family were issued, she represented decades of accumulated political experience, making her influence over succession and royal government entirely understandable. The legal verdicts that follow should therefore not be viewed merely as isolated judicial decisions. They are windows into a political system in which royal women occupied positions of remarkable continuity and influence. Together with the Ugaritic correspondence, they reveal that the authority of queens extended far beyond ceremonial status, reaching into the very foundations of dynastic succession, diplomacy, and imperial politics throughout the Late Bronze Age. Whether Ahatumilki was the daughter of one Amorite king or another remains an open question, but that uncertainty does little to change the larger historical picture. Two facts stand out above all others. First, the only seal attached to the inventory of her marriage possessions was the traditional dynastic seal of the kings of Amurru. Unlike later royal seals influenced by Hittite political culture, this emblem reflected an older Syrian royal tradition that predated the period when Amurru became deeply integrated into the Hittite imperial system. The contrast becomes particularly striking when later generations are considered. A subsequent ruler of Amurru employed the same ancestral dynastic seal, but paired it with his own personal seal, bearing unmistakably Hittite imagery and inscriptions. This combination projected two political identities at once. On one hand, it emphasized continuity with the ancient royal house of Amurru. On the other, it openly proclaimed loyalty to the Hittite imperial dynasty. By displaying both traditions together, the ruler presented himself as both a Syrian king and a trusted member of the Hittite political order. Nothing comparable appears in the records connected with Ahatumilki. Her marriage documents rely exclusively on the older Amorite royal tradition, suggesting that she entered Ugarit before Hittite political influence had fundamentally reshaped the identity of Amuru's ruling family. At that stage, Amuru still projected itself primarily through its own dynastic authority rather than through symbols of imperial allegiance. The timing of her marriage reinforces this conclusion. Regardless of the exact year, it almost certainly occurred before the dramatic upheavals that transformed northern Syria during the late 13th century BCE. Her husband, King Nikmepa, ruled for decades before eventually being succeeded by their son, Amistamru II. By the time this succession occurred, Ahatumilki had already established herself as one of the kingdom's most influential political figures. Although it is theoretically possible that she married late in Nikmepa's reign and bore several sons within a relatively short period, the broader historical circumstances make such a scenario difficult to accept. The final decades of the 13th century BCE were among the most unstable periods in the history of Syria. Egypt and the Hittite Empire were engaged in an escalating struggle for regional dominance, and kingdoms throughout the Levant found themselves caught between two competing superpowers. The climax of this rivalry came with the famous Battle of Kadesh. Pharaoh Ramesses II marched north in an attempt to reclaim Egyptian influence over Syrian territories that had gradually fallen under Hittite control. His campaign brought Egyptian and Hittite armies into direct confrontation on a scale rarely seen in the ancient Near East. Although Egyptian inscriptions celebrated the battle as a great triumph, the political outcome tells a different story. Hittite influence over Syria remained firmly intact after the fighting ended. For the kingdom of Amuru, the consequences were immediate and severe. Faced with advancing Egyptian forces, its ruler Benteshina abandoned his Hittite allegiance and submitted to Ramesses II. Once the military campaign concluded, the Hittite king responded swiftly. Benteshina was removed from his throne, taken into exile, and replaced with another ruler more acceptable to the empire. Amuru's political future now depended directly upon Hittite decisions rather than solely upon its own royal dynasty. Against this turbulent background, Ahatumilki's marriage appears to belong to an earlier and more stable political environment. The inventory of wealth accompanying her to Ugarit records an extraordinary transfer of luxury goods. Gold jewelry, silver ornaments, precious stones, richly decorated garments, costly textiles, elaborately crafted furniture, bronze vessels, lamps, ivory objects, and numerous additional treasures formed part of the possessions she brought into her new kingdom. The sheer scale of these riches reflects both the prosperity of Amuru and the importance attached to the marriage alliance itself. Such an extravagant transfer would have been extremely difficult to organize during the years immediately surrounding the Egyptian-Hittite conflict. Warfare repeatedly disrupted trade routes, overturned political alliances, and forced royal families to focus on survival rather than ceremonial diplomacy. It is therefore far more likely that Ahatumilki's marriage belongs to the comparatively stable period before these military crises transformed the political landscape of Syria. Viewing her career against this broader historical background reveals something far more significant than questions of genealogy alone. Throughout decades marked by war, shifting alliances, dynastic upheaval, and imperial intervention, Ahatumilki successfully maintained her authority inside Ugarit. While kingdoms around her experienced dramatic political reversals, her own position remained remarkably stable. Her homeland itself underwent repeated crises. Egyptian armies advanced into Syria. The Hittites fought to restore their dominance. The ruler of Amuru was overthrown and carried away into exile. Yet, none of these events appear to have weakened Ahatumilki's standing in Ugarit. Whatever support she may originally have received from her birth family, she eventually established an independent political foundation within her adopted kingdom. This achievement helps explain the authority she later exercised during disputes among her sons following the death of King Nikmepa. Her influence did not emerge suddenly because she became the mother of the new king. Instead, it represented the culmination of decades spent building prestige, experience, and political legitimacy within Ugarit's royal court. By the time succession became contested, she had already demonstrated her ability to navigate some of the most turbulent decades in the history of the Eastern Mediterranean. Her career also spans an extraordinary sequence of political transformations extending beyond Syria itself. She first entered Ugarit while one Hittite great king ruled the empire and remained queen long enough to witness multiple changes on the imperial throne. During her lifetime, Egypt and Hatti fought for supremacy. Amurru experienced repeated changes of government, and even the Hittite royal house underwent its own dramatic succession struggles. She lived through the overthrow of one Hittite ruler, the rise of another, and the eventual accession of the emperor, who later supervised the legal disputes involving her own family. This historical reconstruction gives concrete meaning to ideas that previously emerged only indirectly from the Ugaritic correspondence. The letters repeatedly showed kings consulting their mothers on matters of diplomacy and international politics, suggesting that queens possessed long-term political experience unavailable to newly crowned rulers. Ahatumilki provides a vivid historical example of exactly what that experience looked like. She had personally witnessed wars, regime changes, diplomatic realignments, and imperial succession stretching across several generations. Her life therefore illustrates why a reigning king would value the advice of his mother. She embodied political memory itself. Long before her son assumed the throne, she had already observed the events that shaped the international system he inherited. Her authority rested not merely upon family status, but upon decades of practical experience acquired through survival, adaptation, and successful leadership during one of the most volatile periods in Near Eastern history. The experience of the younger Amorite princess presents a striking contrast. Like Ahatumilki, she entered Ugarit through a dynastic marriage, became queen, and gave birth to the future heir. Yet almost every advantage she once possessed gradually disappeared. Her queenship ended. Her influence within Ugarit collapsed. Even the protection normally expected from her own royal family proved insufficient to secure either her political position or her personal safety. Unlike Ahatumilki, whose authority developed largely independent of imperial control, the younger queen's entire career unfolded under constant Hittite supervision. Every stage of her divorce, exile, return, and eventual execution required intervention by imperial authorities. The surviving legal records surrounding her case form one of the largest documentary collections concerning any royal woman from late Bronze Age Syria. These documents reveal far more than a troubled marriage. They demonstrate how deeply imperial politics had penetrated the internal affairs of Syrian kingdoms. The marriage itself represented not merely an alliance between Ugarit and Amurru, but the intersection of regional diplomacy with Hittite imperial strategy. Every dispute involving the queen therefore became an issue extending far beyond the royal household. Even the language used to identify her reflects this reality. Unlike Ahatumilki, whose authority became inseparable from her office as queen, the younger woman is almost never referred to by personal name. Instead, the documents define her through a series of political relationships: daughter of Bentashina, sister of Shaushkamuwa, wife of Amistamru II, mother of the heir, and most significantly, the daughter of the Great Lady. This final title carries enormous political significance. It linked her directly to the Hittite royal family through her mother, a Hittite princess whose marriage had been arranged as part of an imperial treaty. Consequently, every legal dispute involving the younger queen affected not only Ugarit and Amurru, but also the prestige of the Hittite dynasty itself. Her identity became inseparable from the imperial system that had created the political order in which she lived. The contrast between these two queens could hardly be greater. Ahatumilki ultimately became known simply as the Queen of Ugarit because her authority rested securely within the kingdom she governed. The younger queen, despite once holding exactly the same office, continued to be defined primarily through her birth family because her lineage remained the source of international political claims extending far beyond Ugarit's borders. Understanding these differences is essential for interpreting the legal verdicts that follow. Both women occupied the office of queen. Both were mothers of royal heirs. Both influenced succession. Yet the political circumstances surrounding their reigns shaped their authority in fundamentally different ways. Their stories reveal not simply two individual lives, but two distinct models of queenship operating within an increasingly imperialized world. The verdicts examined in the following sections therefore do more than resolve legal disputes. They expose the assumptions underlying royal authority itself. Despite their different outcomes, both cases rest upon a common expectation: that a queen would continue exercising influence after the death of her husband, and that her relationship with her royal children, especially the reigning king, formed one of the central foundations of political stability. Every restriction imposed, every privilege confirmed, and every judgment recorded ultimately reflects the extraordinary importance attached to queenship within the dynastic and imperial politics of the late Bronze Age. The first group of legal verdicts centers on a succession dispute that unfolded within the royal family of Ugarit after the death of King Nikmepa. At the heart of the conflict stood Queen Ahatumilki, who found herself mediating between her eldest son, Amistamru II, now the reigning king, and two of her other sons, Hishmisharuma and Ayar-Sharuma. Unlike the diplomatic letters discussed earlier, these documents allow us to observe the queen exercising authority not through advice or correspondence, but through decisive political action. Only a handful of tablets recording these proceedings have survived, and several are badly damaged. Fortunately, the best-preserved verdict provides enough information to reconstruct the essential course of events. According to the text, the two younger princes committed an offense not only against their brother, the king, but also against their own mother, the queen. The nature of their crime is never explained in detail, yet its consequences were severe enough to require intervention from both the royal court of Ugarit and the highest representatives of Hittite authority. The response came first from Ahatumilki herself. Rather than waiting for imperial officials to settle the dispute, she acted immediately inside Ugarit. She distributed to the rebellious princes the movable property that represented their share of the family inheritance, effectively ending any financial claims they might later make against the royal estate. More importantly, she ordered both sons into exile on Cyprus and compelled them to swear a binding oath, renouncing forever any future claim to the throne of Ugarit. The oath extended beyond the princes themselves. It applied equally to their sons, grandsons, and all future descendants. None of them would be permitted to challenge the rule of Amistamru II or the succession of his heirs. The wording makes clear that the objective was not merely to punish two rebellious brothers, but to eliminate the possibility of future dynastic conflict for generations to come. Only after these actions had already taken place did the matter arrive before the imperial authorities. This sequence is one of the most revealing features of the verdicts. At first glance, the documents appear to present a straightforward example of Hittite intervention in the internal affairs of a vassal kingdom. A closer reading, however, suggests something rather different. The Hittite king and the ruler of Carchemish were not creating a solution from the beginning. Instead, they formally confirmed a settlement that the queen herself had already imposed within Ugarit. The language of the verdict strongly supports this interpretation. Throughout the narrative, the principal actions are described as completed events. The princes had already committed their offense. The queen had already divided the inheritance. She had already sent them into exile. She had already compelled them to swear their oath. The imperial judgment therefore functions less as an original decision than as an official endorsement of measures previously carried out by Ahatumilki. This distinction dramatically changes our understanding of political authority in Ugarit. Rather than appearing as a passive figure waiting for imperial justice, the queen emerges as the primary architect of the settlement. She determined the punishment, organized the inheritance, supervised the exile, and established the conditions under which future succession would proceed. The Hittite authorities simply transformed her decisions into permanent legal obligations recognized throughout the empire. The structure of the surviving verdict reinforces this conclusion. The document unfolds in three clearly defined stages. It begins by establishing the authority of the imperial ruler issuing the judgment. It then recounts the actions already taken within Ugarit. Finally, it repeats the queen's own settlement as an imperial decree whose authority would remain valid for future generations. The opening formulas deserve particular attention. As in many Hittite legal documents, the verdict begins by identifying the ruler before whom the case was heard. His legitimacy is expressed almost entirely through genealogy. The ruler is introduced as the son, grandson, and great-grandson of earlier kings who had established Hittite supremacy in Syria. Authority flows through an uninterrupted chain of male succession stretching back several generations. The repeated emphasis on descent is unmistakable. Line after line reinforces the same idea. Legitimate authority passes from father to son without interruption. The genealogy serves not merely as historical information, but as the legal foundation upon which the verdict itself rests. The imperial judges possess authority because they inherit it through an unbroken dynastic line. Yet the presentation of the royal family of Ugarit is strikingly different. When the verdict turns to the dispute itself, paternal genealogy almost disappears. Neither Ahatumilki nor Amistamru II is introduced through their relationship with the deceased king Nikmepa. The queen is identified simply as the queen of Ugarit and the mother of the princes involved in the dispute. Amistamru II appears as king and brother. The political vocabulary shifts away from fathers and sons toward mothers, brothers, and siblings. This contrast is remarkable because the dispute itself concerns succession to a royal throne. One might expect repeated references to the deceased king whose inheritance lay at the center of the conflict. Instead, the father remains almost entirely absent from the language of the verdict. The struggle over patrilineal succession unfolds through relationships defined primarily by the queen. In effect, the documents reveal two different models of authority operating simultaneously. The Hittite Empire presents itself through an idealized image of uninterrupted male succession extending backward through generations of great kings. Ugarit's internal conflict, however, reaches resolution only because a queen intervenes between competing sons and re-establishes order after the death of her husband. The symmetry between these two systems becomes especially clear at the conclusion of the verdict. The imperial genealogy begins with earlier generations and moves forward to the current rulers. The queen's settlement, meanwhile, projects Ugarit's royal succession into the future. The oath specifically protects not only Amistamru II, but also his sons, grandsons, and every subsequent descendant. Both political systems therefore rely upon carefully constructed visions of continuous hereditary rule. At the center of this entire arrangement stands Ahatumilki. She forms the bridge connecting past and future. By resolving the immediate conflict among her sons, she preserves the succession of the dynasty itself. Without her intervention, the smooth hereditary continuity celebrated by the imperial verdict could never have been achieved inside Ugarit. The legal language itself highlights this relationship. After recording the queen's oath, the imperial authorities simply repeat its essential provisions using their own formal legal formulas. Her settlement becomes imperial law. The authority of the empire and the authority of the queen operate together rather than in opposition. One creates the solution, the other guarantees its permanence. The closing section follows a familiar legal pattern found throughout Hittite judicial texts. It warns that if the exiled princes or any of their descendants should ever attempt to challenge the agreement, the tablet itself would stand against them. This declaration reveals how ancient legal documents were understood. The tablet did not merely preserve a historical decision. It embodied continuing legal authority capable of defending the judgment long after the individuals involved had died. Seen in this light, the verdict becomes much more than a record of family conflict. It represents a carefully constructed political instrument designed to stabilize the royal succession of Ugarit. Every genealogical formula, every oath, and every legal warning contributes to that objective. At first glance, the contrast between the imperial and Ugaritic genealogies appears straightforward. The empire emphasizes fathers and sons, while the kingdom revolves around a queen mediating among brothers. Yet the reality is considerably more complex. The supposedly seamless Hittite succession presented at the beginning of the verdict conceals its own history of dynastic struggle. The genealogy intentionally omits several politically sensitive events. Between the celebrated rulers listed in the opening formula stood kings whose reigns had ended in conflict, deposition, and civil war. Contemporary readers would have known these omissions perfectly well. The official genealogy therefore presents not literal history, but an idealized vision of uninterrupted legitimacy. Ahatumilke herself had lived through many of these events. During her long career as queen, she witnessed wars between Egypt and the Hittites, dramatic changes within Amurru, and multiple successions on the Hittite throne. She understood that royal continuity rarely emerged naturally. It had to be created, defended, and sometimes imposed through difficult political decisions. Her actions in Ugarit reflect precisely that understanding. Rather than allowing rivalry among her sons to develop into prolonged civil conflict, she imposed a settlement that protected both the reigning king and the future stability of the dynasty. The imperial verdicts did not invent that solution. They simply recognized its political wisdom and transformed it into binding law. The result is one of the clearest demonstrations preserved anywhere in the late Bronze Age of a queen exercising independent political authority. Ahatumilke does not merely advise her son or support his reign from the background. She personally determines the distribution of inheritance, controls the fate of rival princes, defines the future line of succession, and shapes the legal framework within which future generations of kings will rule. Far from existing on the margins of royal government, she occupies its very center, proving that the stability of the kingdom depended as much upon the authority of its queen as upon the legitimacy of its king. The legal verdicts become even more revealing when viewed alongside the idealized image of dynastic succession presented at the beginning of each document. The imperial genealogies portray political authority as a smooth and uninterrupted chain of fathers and sons stretching across generations. Yet the events unfolding inside Ugarit expose a far more complicated reality. Behind every apparently stable succession stood rival brothers, competing heirs, ambitious royal families, and experienced queens whose intervention often determined whether a dynasty survived or collapsed. The conflict surrounding Ahatumilke's family brings these hidden tensions into full view. According to the verdict, the crisis began when Hishmisharhuma and I-Ar-Sharuma committed an offense against both their elder brother Amistamru II and their mother, Queen Ahatumilke. The texts deliberately avoid describing the exact nature of their actions. This silence appears intentional. Rather than dwelling on the crime itself, the verdict immediately shifts attention toward restoring political order. Whatever damage had been done mattered less than ensuring that no future challenge could threaten the succession of the reigning king. This emphasis reflects the broader purpose of the legal document. The verdict was never intended to preserve the dramatic details of a family dispute. Instead, it functioned as an instrument of political stabilization. Every sentence moves the narrative away from conflict and toward the re-establishment of a secure hereditary line centered upon Amistamru II and his descendants. The Queen's response demonstrates this objective with remarkable clarity. After assigning the two younger princes their share of the inheritance, she deprived them of any lasting connection to Ugarit. They were permitted to leave with movable wealth, gold, silver, household furnishings, bronze objects, livestock, and other personal possessions. But nothing more. Conspicuously absent from the inventory is any mention of land, estates, residences, or permanent sources of income within the kingdom. This omission was almost certainly deliberate. In the ancient Near East, ownership of land represented far more than economic wealth. It established a permanent relationship between an individual and the political community in which that land was located. By excluding the princes from all immovable property, Ahatumilke effectively severed their institutional ties to the kingdom itself. The list of goods they carried into exile actually reinforces this conclusion. Livestock, such as donkeys and sheep, required pasture and agricultural resources. Their inclusion implies that the princes had previously enjoyed access to landed property capable of supporting such wealth. Once exiled, however, those territorial rights disappeared entirely. They retained portable possessions but lost every meaningful claim to the kingdom they had once hoped to inherit. The exile therefore carried several layers of significance at once. Physically, the brothers were removed from Ugarit and relocated to Cyprus. Economically, they surrendered access to land and the wealth associated with it. Politically, they ceased to participate in the future of the royal dynasty. Genealogically, their descendants were permanently separated from the line of succession. The oath imposed by Ahatumilki completed this separation. Standing before the goddess Ishtar, the brothers swore that neither they nor any of their future descendants would ever challenge Amistamru II or his heirs concerning the division of the inheritance. The wording extends generation after generation, embracing sons, grandsons, and every future branch of the family. This language is especially significant because it divides what had once been a single royal lineage into two permanently separate hereditary lines. The verdict repeatedly contrasts the descendants of the exiled brothers with the descendants of Amistamru II. Both groups trace their ancestry back to the same royal parents, yet from this moment forward they become legally distinct dynasties with entirely different political futures. The importance of this distinction extends beyond questions of inheritance. The verdict does not merely distribute property among living individuals, it reshapes the future of the dynasty itself. One branch will continue ruling Ugarit. The other is permanently excluded from political participation. The queen's judgment, therefore, determines not only the fate of her sons, but also the destiny of generations yet unborn. The final clauses of the verdict reinforce this intention. From the moment the tablet was written, the separation became permanent. Should the exiled princes or any of their descendants ever attempt to challenge the arrangement, the legal document itself would stand against them. The tablet becomes a lasting guardian of the political order established by Ahatumilki. What makes this process extraordinary is the queen's central role throughout every stage of the proceedings. She distributes the inheritance, orders the exile, administers the oath, and establishes the legal boundaries separating one branch of the dynasty from another. Every decisive action originates with her, rather than with the imperial authorities who later endorse her decisions. Her position within the royal family explains why she alone could perform this role. Having survived her husband, King Nikmepa, she became the living bridge between the previous reign and the one now unfolding under Amistamru II. She connected the past generation with the future succession in a way no other individual could. Her authority extended even further than that. By the time these events occurred, Ahatumilki had already served as queen for decades. Her political career began before many of the rulers involved in the case had even assumed their own positions. She had occupied the throne of Ugarit before Tudaliya IV became Hittite Great King and before Initeshub rose to power in Carchemish. Although her kingdom remained politically subordinate to the Hittite Empire, her personal experience exceeded that of many of the men formerly ranking above her. This perspective helps explain the remarkable confidence with which she acts throughout the verdict. Rather than seeking instructions from imperial officials, she resolves the dispute herself and only afterward receives imperial confirmation of her actions. The Hittite authorities ratify a settlement already completed inside Ugarit rather than imposing one from outside. The structure of the verdict subtly reinforces this relationship between local and imperial authority. The document begins by placing the case before the Hittite rulers. Later, when Ahatumilki administers the oath to her sons, she does so before the goddess Ishtar. These two parallel settings create a carefully balanced framework. Divine authority legitimizes the queen's judgment, just as imperial authority later confirms it through formal legal decree. The resemblance between these two moments is difficult to overlook. In both cases, an authority greater than the immediate participants guarantees the binding nature of the decision. Within Ugarit, the queen invokes divine witness. Within the empire, the Hittite rulers invoke imperial law. Together, these complementary forms of authority transform Ahatumilki's settlement into an enduring constitutional arrangement. The parallel suggests something even deeper about the queen's political position. Her arbitration is not portrayed as subordinate to imperial justice, but as operating according to the same underlying principles. The empire validates her decision because it recognizes her authority as legitimate within the political structure of Ugarit. For many years, historians described this episode as evidence that Ahatumilki acted as a regent while her son was still too young to govern independently. Yet, the documents themselves support a broader interpretation. Her authority appears remarkable not because it was exceptional, but because the verdict makes visible political relationships that normally remained hidden beneath official formulas of kingship. Comparable examples survive elsewhere in the Hittite world. During the reign of Initesheb, his own mother intervened in a legal dispute concerning financial compensation brought before the authorities of Carchemish. Although the verdict officially opened in the king's name, it was the queen mother who ultimately arranged the settlement by transferring land in place of disputed silver. Once again, a royal mother appears exercising direct authority during the reign of her son. An equally revealing parallel emerges within the Hittite royal family itself. Queen Puduhepa, wife of Hattusili III and mother of Tudalia IV, repeatedly participated in judicial decisions after her son became great king. Surviving documents preserve cases in which she personally mediated disputes, issued judgments, and exercised authority under her own imperial seal. Her political influence continued well into her son's reign, making her one of the most powerful royal women of the late Bronze Age. These parallels fundamentally reshape the significance of Ahatumilki's actions. Rather than representing an isolated exception, she belongs to a broader pattern visible throughout the Hittite imperial world. Royal mothers continued exercising political authority long after their sons inherited the throne. Their influence extended into legal administration, diplomacy, succession, and the resolution of conflicts threatening dynastic stability. This wider context also explains why the next series of verdicts takes such a dramatically different direction. If Ahatumilki successfully strengthened her son's reign through continued political collaboration, Amistamru II eventually confronted the opposite possibility. He began to fear that his own wife might one day exercise comparable influence alongside their son after his death. The first verdicts demonstrate the immense political power a queen mother could possess. The next documents reveal a king attempting to prevent exactly that power from passing into the hands of another queen. The focus therefore shifts from the making of a queen mother to the deliberate dismantling of a queen's future authority. The concern is no longer simply divorce or marital conflict. At stake is the political balance inside the royal household itself. Amistamru II understands from personal experience how influential a queen could become after the death of her husband because his own reign had depended heavily upon the authority of Ahatumilki. Determined to prevent history from repeating itself under different circumstances, he sought to ensure that his divorced wife would never enjoy the same position beside their son that his own mother had held beside him. The second group of verdicts shifts attention from a queen who successfully protected her son's reign to another royal woman whose political influence was deliberately dismantled. The contrast is striking. In the earlier case, Ahatumilki strengthened the succession through cooperation with Amistamru II. Here, the king seeks exactly the opposite outcome. His overriding objective is to ensure that his own wife will never occupy a comparable position beside their son after his death. One of the most revealing features of these documents is the way the queen herself is identified. Rather than referring to her by name or by the title she once held in Ugarit, the verdict consistently describes her simply as the daughter of Benteshina. At first glance, this may appear to be a minor detail, yet the wording carries profound political significance. When she first arrived in Ugarit, this description would have been perfectly appropriate. As the daughter of the king of Amuru, she entered the marriage as an extension of her father's dynasty. Like many royal women in the late Bronze Age, she served as the living bond connecting two neighboring kingdoms. Her marriage transformed a political alliance into a family relationship, strengthening diplomatic ties between Ugarit and Amuru. By continuing to use this designation after the divorce, however, the verdict deliberately reverses her political journey. Instead of recognizing her as queen, wife, or royal mother, The text returns her symbolically to the identity she possessed before ever entering Ugarit. It strips away every political role she acquired during her marriage and restores her to the status of a foreign princess whose primary loyalty belongs to another kingdom. This linguistic choice mirrors the practical consequences of the divorce itself. The legal settlement functions almost like a reverse marriage agreement. At the beginning of her marriage, she crossed from Amuru into Ugarit, bringing wealth and prestige with her. At the end of the marriage, she is required to leave Ugarit, carrying only the possessions she originally brought from her father's kingdom. Everything connecting her to her adopted homeland is systematically removed. The verdict therefore accomplishes far more than dissolving a marriage. It carefully dismantles an entire political identity. The woman ceases to exist legally as Queen of Ugarit, ceases to belong to the royal household, and gradually loses every formal connection to the dynasty she helped create. This objective becomes unmistakable in the longest section of the Hittite decree. Surprisingly, the greatest concern is not the distribution of property, but the relationship between the divorced queen and her eldest son, Ugarit, the crown prince and future king of Ugarit. Nearly half of the surviving verdict is devoted to regulating this single relationship. The instructions imposed upon the prince are extraordinarily severe. If he chooses to accompany his mother back to Amuru, he immediately forfeits both his inheritance and his right to succeed his father. Another son of Amistamru II will replace him as crown prince. His loyalty to his mother is therefore made incompatible with his future as king. Yet the verdict goes even further. Even if Ugarit remains in Ugarit after his mother's departure, he is forbidden to restore her to the position of queen once his father dies. Should he attempt to recall her from exile and return her to the royal court, he will lose his inheritance all the same. In that case, the Hittite great king himself promises to intervene and place another of Amistamru's sons upon the throne. The implications of these clauses are remarkable. Amistamru II clearly believed that his wife could recover significant political authority through her relationship with their son. Otherwise, such sweeping prohibitions would have been unnecessary. The king feared not simply that his son might love his mother enough to bring her home, but that together they could recreate the same partnership that had once existed between himself and Queen Ahatumilki. The verdict therefore reveals two important assumptions about queenship. First, it assumes that a queen could continue exercising influence even after exile if supported by the reigning king. Second, it assumes that a royal son might find considerable political advantage in restoring his mother's position once he inherited the throne. These fears explain the extraordinary penalties imposed upon Ugarit. The loss of succession rights was the harshest punishment available within the royal family. That such a penalty was considered necessary suggests that collaboration between Queen Mother and King was not merely possible but politically powerful enough to threaten the plans established by Amistamru II before his death. In this sense, the king's greatest concern was not actually the identity of his successor. The verdict repeatedly assumes that another son could always replace Ugarit if necessary. The deeper anxiety lies elsewhere. Amistamru wanted to determine who would stand beside the future king as queen. Preventing his divorced wife from reclaiming that position became just as important as preserving the succession itself. The language of the decree reinforces this intention with remarkable consistency. Unlike the imperial verdict concerning Ahatumilki, where the queen appears as an active political participant, this document systematically removes every sign of authority from the former queen. She possesses no official title. She is never called queen. She is never identified as wife of the king or even as mother of the crown prince. Her legal identity is reduced entirely to the phrase daughter of Bentashina. This deliberate omission carries enormous symbolic force. Ancient legal documents relied heavily upon names, titles, and genealogy to establish authority. Kings were identified through elaborate family lineages stretching back generations. Queens normally appeared with their royal titles. Yet, the central female figure in this verdict receives neither. Her exclusion from the language of royal office mirrors her exclusion from the royal household itself. The structure of the decree makes this process unmistakable. The Hittite king introduces himself with full imperial dignity before recounting the sequence of events that produced the dispute. Amistamru married the daughter of Bentashina. She committed an offense against him. He divorced her permanently. Only after establishing these facts does the decree begin specifying the legal consequences that must follow. These opening statements resemble those found in the earlier verdict concerning the exile of Amistamru's brothers. In both cases, completed actions are presented first, followed by legal measures designed to preserve political stability. Yet an important difference separates the two documents. In the dispute involving the princes, nearly every decisive action originated with Ahatumilki herself. She distributed the inheritance, ordered the exile, and imposed the oath before imperial authorities confirmed her decisions. In the divorce case, however, the initiative shifts decisively toward the Hittite ruler. After recording that the marriage and divorce have already taken place, the decree proceeds through a long series of direct commands determining exactly what must happen next. The former queen is instructed to take only the possessions she originally brought from Amuru. She must leave the royal household. Oaths must be sworn. Property must be restored. The crown prince must remain loyal to his father rather than his mother. Every consequence is expressed as an imperial command whose authority rests directly upon the Hittite king. This difference reflects the changing political nature of the dispute. The earlier succession conflict concerned relationships entirely within the royal family of Ugarit. The divorce, however, affected two kingdoms simultaneously. Because the queen remained the daughter of the king of Amuru, her removal from Ugarit inevitably carried international consequences requiring imperial supervision. For that reason, the Hittite authorities became directly involved in regulating every stage of her departure. Her marriage had originally created an alliance between two royal houses. Dissolving that alliance required careful legal management to prevent wider diplomatic conflict. The verdict itself captures this transition perfectly. It begins by reminding the reader that Amistamru once accepted the daughter of Bentashina as his wife, bringing her into the royal household of Ugarit. By the conclusion of the decree, the process has been completely reversed. She leaves the kingdom carrying only those possessions linking her to her father's house, while every connection established through marriage is systematically erased. This reversal extends beyond material property. Throughout the decree, wealth, family, and political authority remain inseparable. Just as Amistamru's brothers lost access to land and inheritance when expelled from the dynasty, the divorced queen loses the political identity acquired through marriage. Her property, her residence, and her family relationships all become expressions of the same legal reality. The House of Amistamru therefore represents much more than a physical palace. It embodies the political community of the royal dynasty itself. To leave that household means surrendering not merely a residence, but membership in the network of authority upon which queenship depended. The goods she carries away symbolize the only identity still legally recognized, her original place within the royal family of Amuru. The verdict ultimately transforms the queen's entire public existence. She entered Ugarit as the daughter of one king and became the wife of another, the queen of a powerful kingdom and the mother of its future ruler. Through the legal language of divorce, each of those later identities is carefully dismantled until only the earliest remains. The political journey that once elevated her to the center of royal power is methodically reversed, returning her, at least in legal terms, to the position from which it had originally begun. The verdict issued at Carchemish makes unmistakably clear what the former queen ultimately lost through her expulsion from the royal household of Ugarit. Compared with the lengthy Hittite judgment, this document is surprisingly brief, consisting of fewer than 20 lines. Yet despite its short length, it concentrates entirely on one crucial issue: the property that the divorced queen must surrender to Amistamru II. Once again, the wording carefully avoids recognizing her former position within Ugarit. Throughout the decree, she appears only as the daughter of Bentashina, never as queen, never as wife of the king, and never as the mother of the crown prince. The wording itself is revealing. Rather than describing possessions belonging to the queen of Ugarit, the verdict repeatedly refers to everything acquired by the daughter of Bentashina, king of Amuru. The emphasis falls not upon her years of authority within Ugarit, but upon her original identity as the representative of another royal house. The legal language deliberately frames every discussion of wealth through the contrast between two kingdoms, Amurru, from which she came, and Ugarit, where she had lived as queen. This contrast reaches its clearest expression in the central declaration of the verdict. Every object she acquired while living in Ugarit, whether precious metals, luxury goods, servants, clothing, or ceremonial gifts, is declared to belong not to her, but to Amistamru II, king of Ugarit. The geographical distinction is just as important as the political one. Everything obtained within Ugarit remains the property of the Ugaritic crown. Only those possessions originally accompanying her from Amurru are recognized as legitimately hers. The legal reasoning is straightforward yet politically profound. Throughout the document, Ugarit and Amurru function almost as opposing spheres of authority. Her identity as daughter links her permanently to one kingdom, while every privilege she enjoyed inside the other is systematically stripped away. The verdict therefore transforms geography into law. What originated in Amurru may return to Amurru. What originated in Ugarit belongs permanently to Ugarit. At first glance, the inventory itself appears to be little more than a standard list of valuable property. Gold, silver, copper, bronze objects, garments, fine linen, male and female servants, and numerous luxury goods all appear among the items claimed by the king. Similar inventories occur elsewhere in Near Eastern legal documents concerning inheritance and royal wealth. Yet several terms appearing in this verdict distinguish it sharply from ordinary property lists. Alongside valuable objects stand expressions referring not simply to material possessions, but to the political circumstances through which those possessions had been acquired. These specialized categories reveal that the queen's wealth represented far more than personal luxury. One of these expressions refers to tribute presented in a formal public setting. Such offerings were not private gifts exchanged between individuals, but ceremonial displays acknowledging status and authority before an audience. Receiving tribute implied public recognition of official rank. The inclusion of this category demonstrates that the former queen had once occupied a position openly acknowledged within the political life of Ugarit. Another category refers to ceremonial gifts exchanged between members of the political elite. These offerings carried symbolic importance beyond their monetary value. Throughout the Late Bronze Age, kings regularly exchanged prestigious gifts to reinforce alliances, confirm friendship, and maintain diplomatic relationships. Possessing such objects therefore reflected participation in an exclusive network of international politics rather than simple personal wealth. A third category consists of voluntary gifts presented in hopes of securing favor from someone holding official authority. Such offerings reveal even more about the queen's former position. Individuals considered it worthwhile to present valuable gifts because they believed she possessed sufficient influence to reward loyalty or advance political interests. The gifts themselves therefore testify to the authority she once exercised inside the royal court. Taken together, these categories paint a vivid picture of the political world surrounding the former queen. She did not simply accumulate expensive possessions during her years in Ugarit. She occupied a position at the center of an elaborate network of diplomatic exchange, ceremonial generosity, and elite patronage. Every valuable object reflected a political relationship rather than merely an economic transaction. Modern historians increasingly recognize that luxury goods in the Late Bronze Age carried meanings extending far beyond their material value. Precious objects circulated through carefully regulated systems of exchange linking royal families across the Eastern Mediterranean. Their significance depended less upon the objects themselves than upon the relationships created by giving, receiving, and displaying them. Gold, textiles, jewelry, and ceremonial gifts became visible expressions of friendship, loyalty, prestige, and political obligation. The former queen participated fully in this international system during her years as ruler of Ugarit. Through her marriage, she entered a diplomatic world connecting the courts of Ugarit, Amurru, Carchemish, and the Hittite Empire. As queen, she no longer functioned merely as the daughter of a foreign king, but as an active political figure receiving tribute, exchanging ceremonial gifts, and exercising influence over officials, nobles, and foreign representatives. The verdict deliberately dismantles this entire network. By transferring every politically significant gift to Amistamru II, the court removes not only material wealth, but also the visible symbols of the queen's authority. The loss of these possessions represents the loss of the relationships that originally gave those objects their meaning. In this sense, the legal settlement reaches far beyond economics. The judgment strips the former queen of her role within the diplomatic system itself. She no longer appears as someone capable of receiving tribute, accepting ceremonial offerings, or rewarding loyal supporters. Every privilege associated with queenship passes instead to the reigning king. The need for imperial supervision becomes easier to understand once the queen's family background is considered. She was far more than the daughter of an ordinary neighboring ruler. Her father, Benteshina, owed his restored throne in Amuru to the direct intervention of the Hittite great king Hattusili III. After seizing the Hittite throne during his own struggle for power, Hattusili removed Benteshina's enemies, restored him to kingship, and strengthened the alliance by marrying his own daughter, Gashuliawiya, to the Amurite ruler. This marriage transformed the political character of the Amurite dynasty. Gashuliawiya did not merely become queen through marriage, she represented the Hittite imperial family itself. Through her, the royal bloodline of Hatti became permanently integrated into the ruling house of Amuru, ensuring that future generations of Amorite kings would also descend from the Hittite royal dynasty. Their daughter, the woman later divorced by Amistamru II, inherited this unique political heritage. She was simultaneously the daughter of Benteshina, king of Amuru, and the granddaughter of the Hittite great king. Later, legal documents emphasize this remarkable lineage by referring to her as the daughter of the Great Lady, a title identifying her mother as the Hittite princess Gashuliawiya. Understanding this genealogy transforms the significance of the divorce. The dispute no longer concerns only the private affairs of Ugarit's royal household. It directly involves a woman embodying the political alliance linking three major powers: Ugarit, Amuru, and the Hittite Empire. Her marriage had reinforced that alliance. Her divorce threatened to disrupt it. For precisely this reason, imperial intervention became unavoidable. Removing such a politically significant queen from Ugarit required more than a local judgment. Every aspect of her departure had to be carefully regulated so that diplomatic relations among the kingdoms remained intact despite the collapse of the marriage itself. Ironically, the very title intended to diminish her, daughter of Benteshina, also reminds the reader of her extraordinary importance. Far from reducing her to an insignificant foreign princess, the repeated reference to her father continually evokes the international political network she represented. Through Benteshina stood the kingdom of Amuru. Through her mother stood the Hittite imperial dynasty. Through her marriage stood the throne of Ugarit itself. The verdict, therefore, performs two contradictory tasks at the same time. On the one hand, it attempts to erase every political identity she acquired as Queen of Ugarit by returning her symbolically to the position she occupied before marriage. On the other hand, the repeated emphasis upon her distinguished lineage unintentionally highlights why such elaborate legal procedures proved necessary in the first place. She could never become an ordinary divorced woman because she embodied the diplomatic relationships upon which the political stability of the entire region depended. The judgment thus represents far more than the dissolution of a royal marriage. It is a carefully orchestrated political act designed to redraw the boundaries separating kingdoms, dynasties, and systems of authority. Through its language, its treatment of property, and its repeated use of titles, the verdict attempts to relocate the former queen entirely within the political world of her birth, while simultaneously severing every institutional connection she had established during her years as Queen of Ugarit. At the heart of the Hittite verdict lies the future of Utrisharuma, the designated heir to the throne of Ugarit. Remarkably, nearly half of the entire document is devoted not to the divorced queen herself, but to defining the political position of her son. This emphasis immediately reveals where the greatest concern of the Hittite authorities and Amistamru II truly lay. The divorce itself was only one aspect of the crisis. Far more dangerous was the possibility that the relationship between mother and son might eventually reshape the succession of the kingdom. The verdict begins this section by identifying Utrisharuma with a title rarely encountered in Ugarit, Tardenu. Within the wider Hittite world, this designation referred specifically to the crown prince, the individual officially recognized as the future king. Although the title appears only sparingly in Ugaritic records, whenever it does occur, it is closely associated with Hittite political practice rather than local tradition. This unusual choice of terminology is unlikely to be accidental. Other administrative texts from Ugarit help explain its significance. Lists recording tribute presented to members of the Hittite royal family consistently follow the same order. The great king appears first, followed by the queen, then the Tardenu, and finally other members of the royal court. Even more striking is the distribution of gifts. The queen and the crown prince receive offerings of equal value, second only to those presented to the king himself. This repeated pairing suggests that, within the Hittite political imagination, the reigning queen and the designated heir occupied closely connected positions. Both stood immediately beside the king in ceremonial rank, and both represented the continuity of royal authority from one generation to the next. The appearance of the same title in the case of Utrisharuma therefore places the succession of Ugarit within a broader imperial framework. The prince's maternal ancestry reinforces this connection even further. Through his mother, he descended not only from the kings of Amurru, but also from the Hittite royal dynasty itself. His grandmother, Gashuliawiya, had been a Hittite princess whose marriage to Benteshina was arranged by Hattusili III as part of a carefully constructed imperial policy. Consequently, Utrisharuma represented far more than the future ruler of a single kingdom. His lineage connected the dynasties of Hatti, Amurru, and Ugarit into one extended political family. Seen in this light, Amistamru II's divorce carried implications reaching well beyond domestic affairs. Ending his marriage did not merely separate husband and wife, it threatened to weaken a dynastic alliance that linked Ugarit directly to both Amurru and the Hittite Empire. The verdict therefore addresses not only family relationships, but the stability of an entire regional political network. The legal text introduces this problem with remarkable economy. After repeatedly referring to the divorced queen as the daughter of Benteshina, it suddenly turns to the prince with a brief conditional statement. If Utrisharuma declares that he intends to follow his mother, then a series of severe penalties immediately comes into effect. What makes this passage especially interesting is what it leaves unsaid. The document never explicitly states that the daughter of Benteshina is Utrisharuma's mother. Unlike earlier verdicts identifying Ahatumilki directly as their mother, Queen of Ugarit, this relationship is merely implied. The authors assumed that everyone reading the verdict already understood who she was. Her identity required no explanation because the connection between mother and heir was already universally recognized. This silence itself reveals several important assumptions. First, despite her divorce and removal from office, no one questioned her biological relationship to the future king. Second, the dissolution of the marriage did not erase the political significance of motherhood. Even stripped of her queenship, she remained capable of influencing the future ruler of Ugarit. Finally, the possibility that the crown prince might voluntarily accompany her into exile demonstrates that her status outside Ugarit still possessed considerable prestige. Had she become politically insignificant, no one would have imagined the heir abandoning the throne for her sake. The very need to prohibit such a choice demonstrates that it represented a genuine possibility. The divorced queen retained enough authority, influence, or prestige to make following her appear attractive to the designated successor. For this reason, the penalties imposed upon Utrisharuma are extraordinarily severe. If he chooses to accompany his mother, he immediately loses both his inheritance and his right to succeed his father. Another son of Amistamru II will replace him as crown prince, and the succession of Ugarit will continue without him. Yet the verdict imagines an even more dangerous possibility. Suppose the prince remains loyal during his father's lifetime, inherits the throne peacefully, and only afterward recalls his mother from exile. The decree explicitly anticipates this scenario. Should Utrasharama restore his mother to the office of queen after Amistamru's death, he will again forfeit both his inheritance and his kingship. The Hittite great king himself will intervene and appoint another son of Amistamru II as ruler of Ugarit. This clause exposes the deepest anxiety underlying the entire verdict. The danger does not lie merely in the survival of the divorced queen, but in the possibility that she might once again become queen through the support of her son. The decree therefore attempts to prevent not only physical reunion, but political restoration. The wording used here is especially revealing. The verdict does not describe the woman as being appointed queen for the first time. Instead, it speaks of restoring her to queenship. This distinction is crucial. The legal language assumes that she had previously occupied the office legitimately, and that her return would represent the recovery of an earlier political position rather than the creation of a new one. Other evidence supports this conclusion. The specialized ceremonial gifts described in previous verdicts, together with the extensive wealth she accumulated while living in Ugarit, make little sense unless she had indeed served as the reigning queen before the divorce. The verdict therefore seeks to erase not a hypothetical future, but the restoration of an authority she once genuinely possessed. Equally important is the terminology describing queenship itself. The decree treats queenship as an official office rather than a simple family relationship. Just as kingship could be inherited, lost, defended, or transferred, queenship likewise appears as a recognized political institution with clearly defined authority. The office belonged neither automatically to every royal wife, nor permanently to every woman who once held it. It could be revoked by law and, under different circumstances, restored by political action. This understanding closely parallels earlier Hittite policy in Amurru. When Hattusili III arranged the marriage of his daughter Gashuliawia to Bentashina, he explicitly declared that she would possess queenship while her descendants would inherit kingship. The two offices complemented one another across generations, linking royal mothers and sons within a continuing structure of authority. The divorce verdict deliberately reverses this pattern. If Utrasharuma restores his mother's queenship, he himself will lose the kingship. Mother and son can no longer strengthen one another, as Ahatumilki and Amistamru II once did. Instead, the restoration of one necessarily destroys the position of the other. The contrast with the previous generation could hardly be greater. Ahatumilki's continued authority reinforced her son's reign and stabilized the succession after Nikmepa's death. In the new verdict, exactly the opposite relationship is imposed by law. Any attempt by the mother to recover her former authority automatically threatens her son's future. This inversion reveals the true purpose of the decree. Amistamru II had personally benefited from the political partnership between himself and his mother. He understood better than anyone how influential a queen mother could become after the death of her husband. The legal measures directed against his own wife therefore represent a conscious effort to prevent history from repeating itself under different circumstances. Perhaps the most remarkable feature of the verdict is Amistamru's willingness to invite direct Hittite intervention into the succession of Ugarit. Earlier disputes involving his brothers required imperial confirmation of decisions already made within the kingdom. Here, however, the Hittite great king is explicitly granted the authority to remove the designated heir and install another son as king should the conditions of the decree be violated. Such a concession represents an extraordinary limitation upon Ugarit's own sovereignty. No earlier surviving treaty clearly grants the Hittite monarch this level of direct influence over the kingdom's succession. Why then would Amistamru voluntarily accept such a condition? One possible explanation is intensely personal. Some historians have suggested that the king's determination reflected anger over his wife's alleged adultery and a desire to ensure that neither she nor her descendants could ever challenge his authority again. Yet a broader political explanation appears equally persuasive. The queen's influence did not arise solely from her own personality. She represented a dynastic alliance linking Ugarit to both Amurru and the Hittite imperial family. As long as that alliance survived through her and her son, Hittite influence inside Ugarit's royal household remained exceptionally strong. by obtaining an explicit promise that the Hittite king himself would support the exclusion of his divorced wife, Amistamru effectively secured imperial recognition that this particular branch of the dynasty would never again dominate the succession. Rather than surrendering sovereignty, he may actually have been redefining the limits of Hittite involvement within his kingdom. The decree prevented future Hittite rulers from invoking the queen's prestigious ancestry to justify supporting her restoration after his death. This interpretation fits the broader pattern of Amistamru's foreign policy. During later conflicts between the Hittite Empire and Assyria, Ugarit frequently substituted immense payments of gold for direct military participation. Rather than openly resisting imperial authority, the kingdom increasingly relied upon its commercial wealth to negotiate greater political flexibility. The divorce verdict belongs within this same diplomatic strategy. Instead of challenging Hittite supremacy outright, Amistamru secured imperial endorsement for a political settlement that protected his own dynastic interests. By persuading the great king to recognize the permanent exclusion of his former queen, he ensured that neither her distinguished ancestry nor her relationship with the crown prince could later become instruments through which outside powers reshaped the future of Ugarit's monarchy. The closing clauses of the previous verdict anticipate virtually every situation in which the divorced queen might regain political influence through her children. Whether her son chose to accompany her into exile during his father's lifetime, restore her to queenship after inheriting the throne, or whether other royal children sought to support her return, the decree attempts to eliminate every possible avenue through which her authority might be revived. The remarkable breadth of these provisions reveals just how significant the political relationship between royal mothers and their children was considered to be. Rather than treating these family ties as private matters, the verdict recognizes them as forces capable of reshaping the balance of power within an entire kingdom. When viewed together, the two major legal disputes discussed so far present opposite outcomes for women who occupied remarkably similar positions. Both Ahatomilki and the daughter of Bentashina entered Ugarit through dynastic marriages with kings of the royal house. Both became queens. Both gave birth to sons who would inherit the throne. Yet their political careers ended in dramatically different ways. Ahatomilki preserved her authority across successive reigns and became an indispensable partner in her son's government. The daughter of Bentashina, by contrast, lost her queenship, was separated from her son, and was legally forbidden ever to reclaim her former position. These contrasting histories demonstrate that royal women did far more than produce dynastic heirs. They played an active role in the transfer of authority from one generation of rulers to the next. Succession depended not only upon biological descent, but also upon the political relationships maintained between queens and their children. The ability of a queen to survive the reign of her husband and continue exercising authority beside her son could fundamentally alter the operation of royal government. At the same time, the experiences of these two queens illustrate that such authority was never guaranteed. Their different political environments shaped their opportunities in decisive ways. Ahatomilki established her position during a period in which her authority gradually became rooted inside the political institutions of Ugarit itself. By the time succession became contested, decades of experience, diplomatic influence, and established prestige enabled her to intervene successfully on behalf of her son. The daughter of Bentashina entered a very different world. Her authority depended heavily upon the international alliances embodied in her marriage and her distinguished ancestry. While these connections initially elevated her status, they also exposed her to greater imperial intervention once the marriage collapsed. The very political relationships that had strengthened her position ultimately became the mechanisms through which it was dismantled. Together, these two cases provide an essential framework for interpreting the Ugaritic correspondence examined earlier. The letters revealed how closely a queen and her royal son could cooperate in diplomacy, military affairs, and communication with foreign courts. The legal verdicts now reveal what was truly at stake in such cooperation. They show why the relationship between mother and son carried enormous political significance and why rulers invested so much effort either preserving or preventing that partnership. Ahatumilki's appearance before the Hittite authorities demonstrates the value of accumulated political experience. By the time she defended Amistamru, the second succession, she had already witnessed major dynastic struggles in both Amurru and the Hittite Empire. She brought decades of practical knowledge concerning royal succession, diplomacy, and imperial politics, experience that no newly crowned king could possess on his own. The daughter of Bentashina presented an entirely different political profile. She entered the dispute not with decades of accumulated authority, but with an extraordinary family background. Her importance rested primarily upon her lineage. As the daughter of Bentashina and the granddaughter of the Hittite royal house through Gashuliawiya, she embodied the diplomatic alliance linking Amurru, Ugarit, and Hatti. Her son inherited this distinguished ancestry, a status reflected in his recognition as Tardenu, the officially designated heir. Yet while she successfully transmitted political legitimacy to her son, she proved unable to preserve her own position within the royal court. This contrast illustrates one of the central themes emerging from the evidence. Royal authority depended not simply upon birth or marriage, but upon the ability to maintain political influence through changing historical circumstances. Some queens succeeded in transforming their offices into lasting centers of power that endured across generations. Others, despite equally impressive ancestry, lost their authority when the political foundation supporting their position disappeared. The consequences of the daughter of Bentashana's downfall extended well beyond her personal fate. Earlier discussion focused primarily on what her loss of status meant for herself and for Utrasharuma, the son whose future became inseparable from her own. Yet the legal records make clear that several other powerful men also possessed vital interests in the outcome of the dispute. Foremost among them stood Amistamru II himself. His political authority, the stability of his dynasty, and the future succession of Ugarit all depended upon preventing his former wife from recovering influence through their son. At the same time, the king of Amurru, Shaushgamua, the woman's brother, could hardly ignore the humiliation suffered by a member of his own royal family. Her treatment inevitably affected both the prestige of his dynasty and the diplomatic relationship between Amurru and Ugarit. These competing interests transformed what began as a royal divorce into an international political crisis. The woman at the center of the dispute was simultaneously a wife, a mother, a daughter, and a sister. Each of these relationships connected different rulers whose political interests increasingly collided as the conflict deepened. Through her, the fortunes of several royal houses became intertwined. The following chapter therefore shifts the focus away from the relationship between mother and son toward a broader examination of royal women as daughters, wives, and sisters. These additional roles reveal another essential dimension of late Bronze Age politics. Royal women did not merely link generations within a single dynasty, they also connected separate kingdoms through marriage alliances, creating networks of kinship that stretched across Syria and the wider Hittite imperial world. The divorce of the daughter of the Great Lady provides one of the clearest examples of this phenomenon. Born into the royal family of Amurru, descended through her mother from the Hittite imperial dynasty, and married into the royal house of Ugarit, she stood at the intersection of several political systems simultaneously. Every decision concerning her inevitably affected multiple kingdoms because her identity embodied the alliances that connected them. The legal texts examined in the next stage of this study document the prolonged negotiations that followed her divorce. These include imperial verdicts issued by the Hittite court, judgments delivered by the viceroy at Carchemish, and direct agreements negotiated between Amistamru II and Shaushgamua, king of Amurru. Together they preserve one of the most detailed diplomatic disputes surviving from the late Bronze Age. Perhaps the most striking feature of these documents is the constantly changing language used to identify the central woman. Depending upon the political objectives of a particular text, she appears as the wife of Amistamru II, the daughter of Bentashina, the daughter of the Great Lady, or the sister of Shaushgamua. These shifting titles are not accidental variations. Each highlights a different political relationship and reflects the interests of the ruler or institution responsible for the document. Tracing these changing identities allows us to follow the dispute from multiple perspectives simultaneously. Each title reveals which political connection mattered most at a particular stage of the negotiations and demonstrates how royal kinship functioned as one of the principal languages through which power was negotiated in late Bronze Age Syria. The chapters that follow will therefore examine not only the fate of one remarkable royal woman, but also the broader political system that made her relationships so significant. Her changing identities illuminate the mechanisms of Hittite imperial authority, the diplomatic strategies of Ugarit and Amurru, and the extraordinary role royal women played in linking dynasties across generations and across kingdoms. Through her story, it becomes possible to see how family relationships themselves formed one of the most powerful instruments of international politics in the ancient Near East. The legal texts surrounding the divorce of Amistamru II and his wife have attracted scholarly attention for more than 60 years. During that time, historians have gradually reconstructed the sequence of events while continually revising their understanding of the political significance of the case. Early studies concentrated primarily on identifying the individuals mentioned in the tablets and arranging the documents into a chronological order. More recent research, however, has shifted the focus toward a different question: how the language used to describe the central royal woman itself functioned as a political instrument. Rather than serving merely to identify her, the various titles attached to her reveal the changing political interests of the men and kingdoms involved in the dispute. Tracing this evolution in scholarship is valuable because it mirrors a broader change in the study of late Bronze Age diplomacy. Earlier interpretations often viewed these texts as little more than records of an unusually dramatic royal divorce. Today, they are increasingly understood as evidence for the mechanisms through which imperial authority, dynastic relationships, and royal kinship interacted across Syria during the 13th century BCE. The earliest comprehensive publication of these documents appeared in Jean Ugarit's edition of the Akkadian tablets recovered from the southern archive of the royal palace at Ugarit. Like the other diplomatic texts from this archive, the divorce records were organized into historical dossiers arranged according to the reigns of the kings involved. Ugarit divided the material into separate groups corresponding to successive rulers of Ugarit, allowing each collection of documents to be understood within its broader political context. Among all the reigns represented in the archive, that of Amistamru II stands out immediately. More diplomatic and legal texts survive from his reign than from any other king of Ugarit. This fact alone suggests that his government experienced an unusually active period of international negotiation and political conflict. Within this large collection, the documents concerning his marriage dispute form the single largest group devoted to one continuous political crisis. Ugarit separated these texts into two principal dossiers. The first contained documents identifying the repudiated queen as the daughter of Bentashina. The second gathered together those referring instead to the daughter of the Great Lady. At the time, this arrangement appeared entirely reasonable because no surviving document connected the two titles to the same individual. As a result, many scholars initially believed that Amistamru II had divorced two different royal wives in two separate episodes. Even Ugarit himself approached this conclusion cautiously. He acknowledged that the division rested upon incomplete evidence and might eventually require revision should additional texts come to light. His hesitation proved remarkably perceptive. Only a few years later, the discovery of another tablet fundamentally changed the discussion. The newly published document explicitly referred to the same woman using both titles. Suddenly, the distinction separating the two dossiers collapsed. What had previously seemed to describe two different queens now appeared to document different stages in the political career of a single royal woman. Most scholars quickly accepted this new interpretation, recognizing that the various designations reflected changing political circumstances rather than different individuals. This realization transformed the entire corpus. Instead of two unrelated divorce cases, historians now possessed a long sequence of diplomatic negotiations surrounding one extraordinarily important royal woman. The documents could finally be read as successive chapters in a single political conflict extending across several years. One of the earliest verdicts in this sequence focuses primarily on the relationship between the divorced queen and the crown prince, Ugarit. As discussed previously, the decree warns that if the heir chooses loyalty to his mother over loyalty to his father, he will immediately lose his right to inherit the throne. Even after succeeding as king, he remains forbidden to restore her to queenship. Should he attempt to do so, the Hittite great king reserves the authority to depose him and appoint another son of Amistamru II instead. Ugarit immediately recognized that this issue extended far beyond domestic family conflict. He argued that the decree concerned the future political direction of Ugarit itself. The threat posed by Ugarit was not merely his physical presence, but the influence he might exercise if he aligned himself with his mother after inheriting the throne. Attempting to explain this perceived danger, Ugarit proposed that the divorced queen may have represented a political faction favorable to Egypt rather than the Hittite Empire. In his reconstruction, the Hittite authorities supported her removal because they feared the revival of Egyptian influence within one of their most important Syrian vassal kingdoms. Modern scholarship generally rejects this specific explanation. The historical circumstances surrounding the queen's family make such an interpretation difficult to sustain. Her father, Bentashina, regained the throne of Amuru only through the support of Hattusili III after earlier political upheavals. His restoration depended entirely upon loyalty to the Hittite Empire, and his marriage to the Hittite princess Gashuliawiya further strengthened that alliance. Their daughter therefore emerged from one of the most thoroughly pro-Hittite dynasties in Syria. It is difficult to imagine her serving as the representative of an Egyptian political faction. Nevertheless, Ugarit's broader insight remains remarkably important despite the weakness of this particular historical reconstruction. He understood that the verdict should be interpreted as part of a much larger political struggle rather than as a simple domestic quarrel. The queen's removal, the restrictions imposed upon her son, and the Hittite king's promise to intervene in the succession all point toward concerns extending far beyond the personal relationship between husband and wife. What truly concerned the Hittite authorities and Amistamru II himself was the future political order of Ugarit. The succession represented the crucial point where present conflicts could shape the destiny of future generations. By controlling the relationship between the divorced queen and the crown prince, the verdict attempted to determine not merely who would rule next, but how that future kingship would function. In this respect, the queen herself appears as far more than a symbolic figure connecting generations through childbirth. She emerges as an active political participant whose influence could survive divorce, outlive her husband, and potentially reshape the succession after his death. Amistamru's determination to regulate these possibilities demonstrates how powerful the institution of queenship remained even after formal removal from office. The decree therefore illustrates an important distinction between losing political office and losing political influence. A woman might cease to be queen in legal terms, yet continue exercising considerable authority through the son who would eventually inherit the throne. Amistamru understood this possibility extremely well because his own reign had benefited from precisely such a relationship with Queen Ahatumilki. Ugarit also recognized another significant aspect of the verdict. By reserving the right to intervene after Amistamru's death, the Hittite great king projected imperial authority directly into the future succession of Ugarit. The decree therefore served two complementary purposes. It guaranteed the wishes of the reigning king while simultaneously reaffirming Hittite supremacy over one of its most valuable vassal kingdoms. Whether the immediate issue involved foreign political sympathies, dynastic stability, or broader imperial strategy, the verdict demonstrates that decisions concerning a royal woman and her relationship with her son offered an opportunity for both the king of Ugarit and the Hittite emperor to reinforce their authority. The political significance of the queen therefore extended far beyond her own personal fate. Ugarit's approach changes noticeably, however, when he turns to the second group of documents concerning the daughter of the great lady. Whereas the earlier verdicts are interpreted primarily through the lens of succession and imperial politics, these later texts increasingly encourage attention toward the woman's alleged misconduct. This shift in emphasis profoundly influenced later scholarship, leading many historians to focus less on the political relationships surrounding the queen and more on attempts to reconstruct the personal scandal that lay behind the divorce. One of the earliest documents in this second group consists of a damaged letter exchanged between two rulers concerning a woman identified only as the recipient's wife. The writer acknowledges that she has committed an offense against her husband and explains that she has already been returned to her own family, where she now remains under the protection of her brothers. Significantly, he also informs the recipient that he has referred the matter to the ruler of Carchemish rather than resolving it privately. This detail immediately demonstrates that the affair had already escaped the boundaries of domestic life. Appeals to the Hittite authorities were reserved for matters affecting relations between kingdoms rather than disagreements confined to a single household. The letter, therefore, belongs firmly within the world of international diplomacy. Most scholars identify the writer as Shaushgamua, king of Amurru, addressing Amistamru II after receiving his sister back into his own kingdom. If this interpretation is correct, the document represents one of the earliest surviving stages of the negotiations that followed the collapse of the royal marriage. At this point, however, the woman is not yet identified as the daughter of the Great Lady. The letter simply concerns the return of a royal wife whose actions have already become the subject of international political discussion. Another key document records a formal agreement between Amistamru II and Shaushgamua himself. It is here that the title Daughter of the Great Lady first appears prominently within the surviving evidence. Unlike the earlier verdicts, this agreement centers upon accusations directed against the queen rather than questions concerning succession. The damaged text preserves part of a lengthy speech accusing the woman of dishonoring her husband while he was absent from Ugarit. According to the surviving lines, whenever the king traveled through the countryside or visited Carchemish, she summoned influential men of the kingdom into her presence and behaved toward them in a manner considered deeply inappropriate for a reigning queen. These accusations profoundly shaped subsequent scholarship. Because the surviving passages appear to describe improper relationships between the queen and members of the royal elite, many historians interpreted the entire dispute primarily as a case of adultery. Yet the political setting of the document suggests a broader interpretation. The accusations are not presented simply as evidence of marital misconduct, but as formal charges introduced before rulers whose concern extended to the stability of kingdoms rather than private morality alone. Read within the larger sequence of diplomatic negotiations, the allegations become part of a sustained political campaign redefining the queen's public identity. The question is no longer merely whether she violated her marriage vows, but how her actions affected alliances, succession, and the balance of power linking Ugarit, Amurru, Carchemish, and the Hittite Empire. In this broader context, the changing titles attached to the queen become just as significant as the accusations themselves, revealing that every stage of the dispute involved not only competing legal arguments, but competing political definitions of who she was and what interests she represented. As additional documents came to light, scholars gradually shifted their attention away from the simple reconstruction of events and toward a deeper question. What did the changing language used to describe the central royal woman actually mean? Earlier studies often treated titles such as the daughter of Bentashina and the daughter of the Great Lady merely as convenient labels identifying the same individual at different stages of the dispute. Increasingly, however, it became apparent that these titles themselves formed part of the political strategy reflected in the documents. Each designation highlighted a different network of relationships and served different diplomatic purposes. One of the key documents illustrating this shift is the fragmentary agreement between Amistamru II and the king of Amurru. The surviving text preserves a lengthy accusation directed against the royal woman, describing conduct considered deeply offensive to the king while he was absent from Ugarit. According to the complaint, whenever Amistamru traveled through the countryside or visited Carchemish, she summoned prominent men of the kingdom into her presence and behaved toward them in a manner portrayed as dishonoring the royal household. Later, historians often accepted these accusations literally and concluded that adultery formed the central issue of the entire dispute. Once this interpretation became established, almost every subsequent document was read primarily through the lens of personal scandal. The queen's alleged behavior came to dominate discussion, while the wider political circumstances surrounding the conflict gradually faded into the background. Yet the surviving texts themselves invite a broader interpretation. The accusations are not preserved within a private complaint between husband and wife, but within official agreements negotiated by kings and supervised by imperial authorities. The issue had already moved beyond domestic life and become an affair involving multiple kingdoms. Whatever the queen's alleged offense may have been, the consequences clearly extended into the sphere of international diplomacy. Earlier, commentators recognized this more readily than many later studies. Rather than concentrating exclusively on the alleged misconduct of the queen, some scholars focused on the movement of the woman between Ugarit and Amurru and the negotiations conducted by the rulers of both kingdoms. From this perspective, the central question was not simply whether she had committed a crime, but how her changing political position affected relations between neighboring states. This broader diplomatic context becomes especially apparent in the Hittite verdict issued shortly afterward. The decree authorizes Amistamru II to recover the woman from Amurru by force if necessary, even permitting the use of Ugaritic ships and soldiers to accomplish the operation. More striking still, the judgment threatens severe punishment against Shaushkamuwa, king of Amurru, should he attempt to protect his own sister. The penalties outlined in the decree are extraordinary. If Shaushkamuwa interferes with Amistamru's plans, he risks losing not only his kingdom, but even his life. Such drastic measures make little sense if the affair was simply a matter of marital betrayal. They become understandable only when viewed as part of a dispute affecting the political relationship between allied kingdoms and the authority of the Hittite Empire itself. Subsequent agreements reveal that Shaushkamuwa eventually abandoned direct resistance and entered into negotiations with Amistamru II. These accords record the formal surrender of his sister, while also documenting an enormous payment of gold made by the king of Ugarit to the royal family of Amurru. The language employed in these agreements is especially revealing. The payments are repeatedly described as compensation associated with bloodshed. Amistamru provides substantial quantities of gold not only to the king of Amurru, but also to the woman's brothers after learning of her death. The implication is unmistakable. Whatever the precise circumstances surrounding her execution, the political consequences extended far beyond the woman herself and required formal settlement between the two royal houses. These agreements also introduced terminology that would become central to later scholarly debates. The woman's offense is repeatedly described using expressions translated as crime or great crime. Because similar terminology occasionally appears elsewhere in legal contexts involving sexual misconduct, many historians concluded that the texts finally confirmed adultery as the queen's offense. This interpretation eventually became the dominant explanation of the entire affair. Over time, the legal and diplomatic dimensions of the documents increasingly receded behind attempts to reconstruct an ancient royal scandal. The political significance of the negotiations was often overshadowed by efforts to identify secret lovers, reconstruct private relationships, and explain the dramatic execution of the queen. Yet, such an approach overlooks an obvious feature of the surviving evidence. If the principal concern of the Hittite authorities had merely been punishing an unfaithful wife, there would have been little need for repeated negotiations involving kings, imperial governors, formal treaties, naval operations, compensation payments, succession clauses, and multiple international verdicts. The sheer scale of diplomatic involvement demonstrates that much more than personal morality was at stake. Even the arrangement of the documents reflects this distinction. Earlier verdicts concerning the daughter of Bentashina focus largely on succession, inheritance, and the political future of Ugarit after Amistamru's death. Later documents associated with the daughter of the Great Lady increasingly concentrate upon punishment, extradition, compensation, and diplomatic settlement. The emphasis shifts from preserving the future succession to resolving an expanding international crisis. This difference strongly influenced the earliest attempts to classify the tablets. Because the first group appeared primarily concerned with succession, while the second centered upon punishment, they were initially treated as two entirely separate historical episodes involving different women. Only later discoveries demonstrated that both sets of documents belong to the same prolonged political conflict. Even after scholars recognized that the two groups referred to a single individual, the earlier distinction continued to shape interpretation. The first phase came to be viewed as a legitimate political divorce, while the second was increasingly understood as the tragic downfall of a woman whose personal crimes ultimately brought about her death. Hidden beneath this reconstruction, however, lies another important observation. The titles themselves carry very different political implications. The daughter of Bentashina immediately situates the woman within a network of relationships centered on a reigning king and the kingdom of Amuru. Her identity evokes dynastic alliances, royal diplomacy, and negotiations between neighboring rulers. The daughter of the Great Lady, by contrast, appears at first glance to define her only through another woman. Because historians traditionally reconstructed ancient political systems almost entirely through relationships among kings, fathers, sons, and brothers, this title often seemed politically uninformative. Without a male ruler explicitly attached to it, the designation appeared to remove the woman from the wider structures of royal power. This assumption, however, proves deeply misleading. Royal women occupied positions extending far beyond marriage and motherhood. They were daughters, sisters, granddaughters, nieces, and eventually queen mothers. Each of these relationships connected different royal households across generations. A title referring to a queen rather than a king therefore does not reduce political significance. Instead, it reveals a different pathway through which authority and legitimacy could be transmitted. The designation, daughter of the Great Lady, is particularly revealing in this respect. The woman's maternal ancestry clearly distinguished her from other members of the royal family. Her relationship to the Great Lady explains why both her brother, the king of Amuru, and the Hittite Great King considered her fate a matter requiring sustained diplomatic attention. The title points not toward an isolated individual, but toward an entire royal household structured around relationships extending through both fathers and mothers. One of the earliest scholars to recognize this possibility argued that the two sets of documents should never have been separated in the first place. Rather than seeing two unrelated women, he proposed that the earlier texts represented the opening phase of the same conflict. More importantly, he suggested that the title Great Lady referred to the Queen Mother of Amuru, making the central figure not simply the daughter of an important woman, but the child of the reigning Queen Mother herself. This observation opens an entirely new perspective on the dispute. If the woman's brothers were likewise known as the Sons of the Great Lady, then the title defined the status of an entire generation of royal siblings rather than one individual alone. Their shared maternal identity became a source of collective prestige with direct political consequences for the dynasty of Amuru. Seen from this perspective, the conflict no longer concerns only the punishment of one queen. It also concerns the honor of her brothers, the standing of their royal mother, and the reputation of the entire Amorite dynasty. Her removal from Ugarit therefore threatened much more than her personal future. It affected the political position of the royal household from which she came. This interpretation also helps explain Shaushgamua's changing behavior throughout the negotiations. At first, he attempted to protect his sister and resist Amistamru's demands. Eventually, however, he surrendered her in exchange for substantial compensation. Such a reversal becomes understandable once her position is viewed as part of a broader calculation concerning the interests of the dynasty rather than the fate of one individual. Comparable examples from elsewhere in the Late Bronze Age reinforce this interpretation. The Amarna correspondence demonstrates that royal sisters often remained valuable political assets long after their marriages had been concluded. When Tushratta inherited the throne of Mitanni, he repeatedly emphasized that his sister already occupied the Egyptian royal court as wife of Amenhotep III. Her position became one of the principal foundations upon which he built his own diplomatic relationship with Egypt. The same principle appears to have operated in Amuru. A royal daughter married into Ugarit represented more than a completed alliance arranged by her father. She remained an ongoing political resource whose position could strengthen or weaken the diplomatic standing of her brother after he inherited the throne. Through her continued presence in a neighboring kingdom, she extended the influence of her native dynasty across political borders. From this perspective, Shaushgamua faced a difficult strategic decision. As long as his sister retained authority within Ugarit, she provided his kingdom with an important source of diplomatic influence. Once her position collapsed, however, protecting her might become more costly than advantageous. Her eventual surrender therefore reflects not simply personal abandonment, but a calculated reassessment of political priorities. The tragedy recorded in these verdicts thus extends far beyond the execution of a single royal woman. It reveals how dynastic marriages functioned as long-term political investments whose value could change dramatically with shifting circumstances. Royal daughters represented inherited diplomatic capital passed from one generation of rulers to the next. Their marriages created opportunities that later kings could exploit, defend, or ultimately sacrifice in pursuit of broader political objectives. Through this wider lens, the changing titles attached to the central woman cease to be simple labels identifying one individual. They become keys to understanding an entire system of international politics in which royal women connected kingdoms, preserved alliances, and transmitted influence across generations. Their identities illuminate not only their own remarkable careers, but also the complex web of relationships binding together the royal houses of Ugarit, Amurru, and the Hittite Empire. As scholars continued to examine the growing collection of Hittite and Ugaritic texts, it became increasingly difficult to maintain the view that the two groups of documents described entirely separate women. The recurring title, Daughter of the Great Lady, demanded closer attention, for it clearly carried political significance that extended beyond the fate of a single individual. Rather than functioning as a simple family designation, the title pointed toward a broader network of dynastic relationships stretching across generations and across kingdoms. The continued use of the title Great Lady to identify both the woman's brothers and their sister is especially revealing. Titles survive only when they continue to possess political value. If the Great Lady herself had fallen from power or lost her standing within the royal household of Amurru, there would have been little reason for later generations to continue defining her children through her identity. The persistence of the designation suggests exactly the opposite. Her authority remained an important source of prestige long after her own marriage had been established. This observation immediately changes the way the title should be understood. Rather than describing an isolated relationship between one woman and her mother, it points toward a much larger political structure. Behind the Great Lady stood her own relatives, the royal family into which she had been born, the dynasty she entered through marriage, and the imperial alliances that elevated her position. Her children inherited not merely noble ancestry, but the political capital accumulated through these interconnected relationships. The title, therefore, reflects two sharply contrasting possibilities in the lives of royal women. On one hand stands the Great Lady herself, whose status remained sufficiently prestigious that her children continued to be identified through her authority into the following generation. On the other stands her daughter, whose own political career ended in divorce, exile, and execution. Together, the two women illustrate opposite outcomes within the same dynastic system. One successfully preserved authority across generations, while the other lost both office and ultimately her life. Seen in this light, the title, Daughter of the Great Lady, becomes far richer than earlier interpretations allowed. It does not simply identify a woman through another woman. Instead, it reveals an intersection where multiple royal households, generations, and political interests converge. In many respects, it provides an even more sophisticated picture of dynastic politics than titles referring only to fathers or kings. This realization naturally raises another question. If the designation Great Lady carried such prestige, what exactly made her great? Even before later discoveries clarified her identity, the title itself suggested an authority extending beyond that of an ordinary queen. The adjective great rarely appears accidentally within the political vocabulary of the ancient Near East. Early interpreters struggled with this issue. Some proposed that Great Lady simply referred to a woman of unusually high rank within the kingdom of Amurru. According to this view, she occupied an elevated position but remained distinct from the reigning queen. Others suggested that she might have been a secondary royal wife, whose children possessed different succession rights from those born to the principal queen. Such explanations, however, create more problems than they solve. Throughout the Late Bronze Age, the title Great King never referred merely to the highest-ranking king within a single kingdom. Instead, it distinguished an imperial ruler whose authority extended over multiple subordinate kingdoms. The adjective great, therefore, functioned not as a measure of internal status, but as a marker of imperial standing. If this principle applied equally to female titles, then Great Lady should not be interpreted simply as a more prestigious queen within a muru. Instead, the title may indicate a woman whose authority derived from an imperial connection reaching beyond the kingdom itself. Her greatness would then reflect the wider political system in which she participated, rather than her relative position within a single royal court. For many years, this remained only a possibility. Definitive evidence did not emerge until another Hittite verdict surfaced during the early 1970s. This newly published document transformed the discussion by explicitly identifying the daughter of Benteshina and the daughter of the Great Lady as one and the same individual. This discovery solved one of the longest-standing puzzles surrounding the divorce documents. The two titles no longer referred to separate women or separate historical episodes. They described different aspects of the same queen's political identity. The verdict also encouraged scholars to reconsider another important document. The treaty concluded between Benteshina of Amuru and the Hittite great king Hattusili III. The provisions of that agreement established that Benteshina's queen was none other than Gashuliawiya, the daughter of Hattusili himself. In other words, the Great Lady of the divorce texts was not simply an influential queen within Amuru. She was a Hittite imperial princess. This identification immediately transformed the meaning of the title. Gashuliawiya's authority did not originate primarily from her position as queen of Amuru. Rather, her queenship rested upon the prestige of belonging to the Hittite imperial dynasty. She remained great because she represented the ruling family of the empire itself. Looking back, the evidence had always pointed in this direction. Even before the decisive verdict was discovered, the documents consistently identified the sons and daughter of the Great Lady as the children of Benteshina. The alliance between the king of Amuru and the Great Lady was therefore visible from the beginning. What scholars initially failed to recognize was the political significance carried by the woman's own lineage. The obstacle was not a lack of evidence, but a way of reading the evidence. Historians naturally recognized political relationships when a title connected a woman to a king. They found it far more difficult to perceive the equally important network of dynastic interests revealed when one royal woman was identified through another. The new verdict fundamentally altered this perspective. Once the daughter of the Great Lady could also be identified explicitly as the daughter of Benteshina, the maternal and paternal lines converged within a single political identity. The woman's position became understandable only by recognizing both sides of her ancestry simultaneously. Despite this breakthrough, many scholars continued treating the two groups of documents as though they reflected fundamentally different kinds of historical events. The earlier texts, identifying the woman as the daughter of Benteshina, remained valuable primarily for studying Hittite law, dynastic succession, and political inheritance. The later documents, emphasizing her identity as the daughter of the Great Lady, continued to be interpreted mainly as the tragic story of an adulterous queen. This division shaped scholarship for nearly 2 decades. The daughter of Benteshina became associated with constitutional questions surrounding royal succession. The daughter of the Great Lady became associated with personal guilt, scandal, and execution. Even after it was accepted that both titles referred to the same woman, historians often continued asking entirely different questions depending upon which title appeared in a particular document. One of the most influential contributions to this interpretation argued that the expression "great crime" found in the later verdicts proved the queen had committed adultery. Because ancient Near Eastern legal collections frequently imposed the death penalty for adultery, the severity of her punishment seemed to confirm this conclusion. At first glance, the argument appears convincing. The documents repeatedly refer to the woman's great crime and they eventually record her execution. Yet closer examination reveals that the evidence is considerably less certain than many scholars assumed. The argument depends largely upon comparisons with biblical passages using the expression "great sin." Yet these biblical examples do not consistently refer to adultery. In the story of Abraham and Sarah before King Abimelech, for example, the "great sin" concerns the dangerous political situation created by Abraham's deception rather than an act of adultery itself. The emphasis falls upon the crisis threatening both the king and his kingdom rather than upon sexual misconduct alone. Elsewhere in the Hebrew Bible, the same expression most often describes idolatry, particularly the worship of the golden calf. In these passages, great sin functions as a general expression emphasizing the seriousness of an offense rather than identifying a specific category of wrongdoing. This distinction is crucial. The phrase communicates the magnitude of the crime but does not define its nature. It tells us that the offense was considered extremely serious, yet it does not specify precisely what the offender actually did. Consequently, the Ugaritic expression translated as "great crime" cannot by itself demonstrate that adultery occurred. Such an interpretation requires independent evidence rather than linguistic comparison alone. None of this excludes the possibility that adultery lay behind the accusations. It remains one plausible explanation among several. The difficulty arises when that possibility is treated as historical certainty. Once the woman is defined primarily as an adulteress, other equally important aspects of the evidence begin to disappear from view. Perhaps the most significant consequence of this approach has been the tendency to transform an international political dispute into a personal moral drama. The accusations against the queen become the center of attention, while her extraordinary dynastic position, her relationship to the Hittite imperial family, and the broader diplomatic negotiations surrounding her fate receive comparatively little discussion. Yet even if adultery formed part of the dispute, its political implications would have been enormous. Royal marriages existed not simply as private unions, but as instruments connecting kingdoms. The legitimacy of future heirs depended upon confidence in dynastic succession, while the queen herself represented the interests of the kingdom from which she came. Any accusation threatening that system therefore affected far more than one marriage. The substantial payments negotiated between Amistamru II and Shaushkamuwa illustrate this point particularly well. Following the woman's execution, the king of Ugarit transferred enormous quantities of gold to her brothers as compensation. Such agreements extend far beyond the normal legal consequences expected in ordinary adultery cases. They reveal negotiations involving entire royal families rather than merely husband and wife. The repeated appearance of the sons of the Great Lady within these settlements strengthens the same conclusion. The conflict clearly involved multiple members of the royal household whose shared identity derived from their mother. Their participation demonstrates that the dispute cannot be reduced to the actions of one individual alone. The true importance of the title, Daughter of the Great Lady, therefore lies not simply in identifying one remarkable queen, but in exposing the broader political world surrounding her. The title illuminates relationships linking royal mothers, daughters, sons, brothers, kings, and empires across several generations. Through it, we glimpse a diplomatic system in which women served not merely as wives of kings, but as central participants in the transmission of political authority itself. Rather than asking only what crime distinguished the woman, the surviving documents encourage a different question. How did her unique political identity shape the nature of the conflict? Once this perspective is adopted, the title, Daughter of the Great Lady, becomes one of the most valuable keys for understanding the intricate relationship between dynastic kinship and imperial politics in the late Bronze Age Near East. The publication of the new verdict did not immediately settle the debate. Instead, it introduced an entirely new set of questions concerning the identity of the woman at the center of the dispute and the meaning of the titles attached to her. At the heart of the controversy stood a seemingly minor problem of philology. A single sequence of cuneiform signs could be read either as a proper personal name or as part of the familiar expression, Daughter of the Great Lady. The solution adopted would dramatically reshape the entire historical reconstruction. Earlier discoveries had already revealed fragments mentioning Amistamru II, Shaushgamua, and disputes over the succession of Ugarit. One particularly damaged tablet referred to the sons of a woman whose designation could be interpreted either as a personal name or as part of a title. Because the text clearly concerned dynastic succession, it was originally grouped together with the documents dealing with the daughter of Bentishina. At the time, this arrangement appeared entirely reasonable. The newly discovered verdict, however, complicated matters considerably. The opening lines describe Amistamru II expelling from Ugarit a woman identified through a sequence of titles that included his wife, the daughter of Bentishina, king of Amuru, and another disputed expression whose interpretation became the center of scholarly disagreement. One influential proposal argued that these signs represented the personal name of the queen herself. According to this interpretation, the woman's name was Pidu, while Great Lady functioned as one of her own titles. Read in this way, the verdict identifies a single individual through a series of descriptions. Pidu, the Great Lady, wife of Amistamru II, daughter of Bentishina, and sister of Shaushgamua. At first glance, this solution appears attractive because it seems to provide the queen with a proper name previously absent from the surviving texts. Yet the consequences of this interpretation quickly become problematic. If the Great Lady is identical with Amistamru's wife, then every earlier reference to the daughter of the Great Lady must describe not the queen herself, but her own daughter. Such a conclusion overturns virtually every previous understanding of the documents. The central figure whose extradition, punishment, and execution dominate the later verdicts would no longer be the divorced queen, but her daughter. This reconstruction creates immediate historical difficulties. Under this scenario, Amistamru divorced his wife and sent her back to Amuru. She supposedly departed with her daughter, while later negotiations concerned the return of that daughter rather than the former queen. Eventually, according to this interpretation, Amistamru secured the girl's extradition, paid compensation to Shaushgamua, and ordered her execution. Such a sequence of events, however, conflicts repeatedly with the surviving legal evidence. The earliest divorce verdict clearly establishes that, with one carefully defined exception, the children remained under Amistamru's authority in Ugarit. Only the crown prince, Utrisharuma, received permission to choose whether he would accompany his mother into exile. Every other son, daughter, and even future sons-in-law remained legally attached to the royal household of Ugarit. Their mother lost all rights to reclaim them after the divorce. This provision makes it extremely unlikely that the former queen could simply depart with a daughter and establish a new household in Amuru. Such an action would directly violate one of the central conditions imposed by the imperial verdict itself. The difficulties extend even further. Other documents repeatedly mention the sons of the Great Lady participating in the dispute and later appearing alongside Shaushgamua in demanding compensation from Amistamru II. If the Great Lady were actually the divorced queen, these men would necessarily be Amistamru's own sons. Yet the earlier divorce settlement had explicitly ensured that his children remained under his authority within Ugarit. Accepting the alternative interpretation therefore requires assuming that several royal sons not only abandoned their father's kingdom, but later acquired enough political independence to challenge him before the Hittite imperial authorities. Such a scenario is difficult to reconcile with the earlier verdicts, which threaten even the crown prince himself with removal from the succession should he show excessive loyalty to his mother. The diplomatic agreements between Amistamru and Shaushgamua create additional problems. Throughout these negotiations, the speeches follow a remarkably consistent rhetorical structure. Shaushgamua repeatedly presents one specific woman to Amistamru, complains that he can no longer continue protecting her, and finally urges the king of Ugarit to take her back and do with her whatever he wishes. The sequence unfolds almost identically each time. The woman is first identified as Amistamru's wife. She is then described as the person who committed the offense against him. Finally, she is handed over to her former husband. The logic of these speeches depends entirely upon all these descriptions referring to one and the same individual. If, however, the daughter of the Great Lady were actually the daughter of Amistamru's former wife rather than the wife herself, the speeches lose their internal coherence. The woman accused of committing the crime would suddenly become different from the woman being surrendered. The transitions between successive clauses would no longer follow naturally, but instead shift abruptly between two separate individuals without any grammatical indication that such a change has occurred. The rhetorical force of the negotiations disappears. Instead of saying, "Here is your wife who committed the offense against you. I can no longer protect her. Take her and do as you wish," the speeches would effectively read, "Here is the daughter of your wife, while your wife committed the offense, and now take the daughter." The argument becomes fragmented and internally inconsistent. The grammatical evidence points in the same direction. Throughout the relevant texts, the expression translated as "great lady" consistently appears in the grammatical form expected for the second element of a possessive construction. Rather than functioning independently as a title attached to a personal name, it behaves as part of the familiar expression, "daughter of the great lady." This seemingly technical observation carries enormous historical consequences. Once the phrase is recognized as a possessive construction, the disputed signs preceding it no longer need to represent a proper name at all. Instead, they can simply express the West Semitic word for daughter, written phonetically rather than by the logogram more commonly employed elsewhere in the texts. Under this interpretation, the verdict suddenly becomes entirely consistent with every other surviving document. The woman expelled from Ugarit is simultaneously the daughter of the Great Lady, the wife of Amistamru II, the daughter of Bentashina, and the sister of Shaushgamua. All these descriptions refer to the same queen. This solution also resolves the broader historical problem that had puzzled scholars for years. The two apparently separate groups of documents no longer concern different women or unrelated disputes. Instead, they preserve successive stages of one prolonged diplomatic crisis centered upon a single dynastic marriage. The significance of this conclusion extends far beyond the identity of one royal woman. Once the two titles are understood as belonging to the same individual, they reveal two complementary dimensions of her political position. Daughter of Bentashina emphasizes her paternal connection to the royal house of Amuru, while Daughter of the Great Lady highlights the prestige inherited through her mother's exceptional status. The focus therefore shifts from identifying two women to understanding why different titles were employed at different moments in the negotiations. Rather than representing contradictory identities, the varying designations illuminate changing political priorities as the dispute evolved. One historian was especially influential in advancing this new approach. Rather than treating the titles simply as labels, he argued that they should themselves be understood as historical evidence. Every designation reflected a deliberate political choice made by the authors of the documents. His first step was to demonstrate that the alternative reconstruction could not withstand comparison with the rest of the surviving evidence. The divorce settlement prohibited the queen from removing her children from Ugarit. Other verdicts assumed those same children remained available to participate in the succession. The diplomatic agreements consistently referred to one woman rather than two. Taken together, these documents all pointed toward the same conclusion. Having established that the daughter of Bentashina and the daughter of the Great Lady were indeed one person, he turned to a more interesting question. Why did the documents gradually abandon titles emphasizing her father and brother while increasingly identifying her through her mother? One possible explanation focused upon changing political circumstances. During the earliest stages of the dispute, identifying the queen as the daughter of Bentashina naturally highlighted the king responsible for arranging her marriage and the diplomatic alliance it represented. As the negotiations progressed, however, repeated reference to her father may have become either politically inconvenient or historically outdated. At first glance, identifying the woman through her mother might appear to reduce the political importance of the title by replacing a connection to a king with one to another woman. Yet, the opposite proves true. By the later stages of the dispute, the title, Daughter of the Great Lady, had become sufficiently prestigious that no further explanation was necessary. It conveyed a political identity even more precise than simple reference to her father. Within a royal household containing several wives of differing status, maternal rank often distinguished children more accurately than paternal descent alone. Every child of the king shared the same father, but not every child shared the same mother. Identifying someone through the rank of her mother therefore immediately communicated her exact position within the internal hierarchy of the dynasty. Seen from this perspective, the title Daughter of the Great Lady was not a lesser designation than Daughter of Bentashina. It was, in many respects, the more specific and politically informative description. Rather than obscuring the woman's identity, it revealed precisely the branch of the royal household from which her authority ultimately derived. This insight fundamentally changed the interpretation of the divorce documents. The varying titles ceased to be treated as inconsistencies requiring explanation and instead became valuable evidence revealing how royal identity itself could be reshaped according to changing political circumstances. Each designation illuminated a different dimension of the woman's place within the interconnected dynasties of Ugarit, Amurru, and the Hittite Empire. Building upon this foundation, the next stage of scholarship moved beyond identifying the woman herself and turned toward an even more fundamental question. Who exactly was the Great Lady? If the title carried enough prestige to replace references to the woman's father and brother during the later stages of the dispute, then understanding its meaning became essential for explaining the political significance of the entire case. Earlier interpretations had proposed several possibilities. One suggestion treated the Great Lady as a secondary wife within the royal household of Amurru, occupying a position below the reigning queen but above other royal women. This explanation, however, immediately encounters a conceptual difficulty. It is hard to imagine why a title built upon the adjective great would designate someone holding only a subordinate rank. The language itself implies exceptional prestige rather than secondary status. Another proposal identified the Great Lady simply as the Queen of Amurru. At first glance, this appears more convincing, especially since queens elsewhere in the ancient Near East often continued to hold their titles after the deaths of their husbands. Similar patterns can be observed in Ugarit itself, where queens retained their royal status throughout the reigns of their sons. Yet, even this explanation leaves an important question unanswered. Why employ such an unusual title when the ordinary designation queen would have been perfectly sufficient? A third possibility proved far more promising. According to this interpretation, the Great Lady represented the Queen Mother, a woman whose authority extended beyond the reign of her husband and whose political position continued into the generation of her children. Demonstrating this hypothesis required showing that the divorced queen, Shaushgamua, and the men repeatedly described as the sons of the Great Lady all shared the same mother. The surviving evidence strongly supports precisely this conclusion. The title, Sons of the Great Lady, appears several times in the later verdicts and compensation agreements. Earlier scholars sometimes interpreted these men as half-brothers of Shaushgamua, born to another wife of Bentashina. A closer reading of the documents, however, points in the opposite direction. The expression identifies them not as distant relatives, but as the king's full brothers. This distinction carried considerable political importance within a polygamous royal household. Since every son of the king shared the same father, paternal descent alone could not distinguish one branch of the dynasty from another. Maternal affiliation therefore became the decisive marker separating the children of the principal queen from those born to secondary wives. The legal texts themselves reflect this reality. Whenever compensation for the execution of the divorced queen is discussed, Shaushgamua and the sons of the Great Lady appear together as a single group sharing the same legal interests. Their common claim arises because all of them suffered the loss of the same sister. The documents never suggest that these men represented competing factions within the royal household. Instead, they consistently function as one unified body acting alongside the king of Amurru. Such solidarity makes far better sense if they all belong to the same maternal branch of the dynasty. Under ordinary political circumstances, this shared identity required no explicit statement. Everyone at court already knew who belonged to the principal royal line. A legal dispute of this magnitude, however, demanded precise identification of every party possessing legitimate claims. Consequently, the verdicts repeatedly define these men through the status they all inherited from their mother. Once this point is recognized, the title Great Lady becomes the key to identifying the entire family. Rather than speculating solely about the internal hierarchy of the Amurite royal household, scholars increasingly turned toward evidence preserved outside the divorce documents themselves. One treaty, in particular, proved decisive. The alliance concluded between the Hittite great king Hattusili III and Bentashina of Amuru. This treaty survives independently of the divorce records and provides an unusually detailed description of the marriage arranged between Bentashina and Hattusili's daughter, Gashuliyawiya. Like many Hittite imperial agreements, the treaty transformed political loyalty into family relationships through dynastic marriage. Its provisions leave little room for ambiguity. Gashuliyawiya was to become the principal queen of Amuru, ranking above every other royal wife. Even more importantly, the treaty guaranteed that her descendants, not merely Bentashina's descendants generally, would inherit the throne of Amuru. Future kings would therefore belong simultaneously to the royal house of Amuru and to the imperial dynasty of Hatti. These stipulations immediately illuminate the later verdicts. If Shaushkamua inherited the throne according to the treaty's terms, then he must have been the son of Gashuliyawiya. Once that conclusion is accepted, the identity of the Great Lady follows naturally. She can only be Gashuliyawiya herself. Although one could theoretically imagine that Gashuliyawiya produced no sons and that another wife bore the future king, such a scenario appears extremely unlikely. Hittite foreign policy relied heavily upon marriages between imperial princesses and vassal rulers precisely because these unions guaranteed that future kings of subordinate kingdoms would descend from the Hittite royal family. If Gashuliyawiya had failed to produce an heir, arranging another marriage with a Hittite princess would have been far more consistent with imperial policy than allowing the throne to pass permanently to the offspring of a secondary wife. Understanding this wider diplomatic strategy transforms the significance of the title Great Lady. It no longer identifies merely an influential queen within Amuru. It points directly toward the Hittite imperial family. The marriage between Gashuliyawiya and Bentashina formed part of a much broader pattern visible throughout Hittite foreign policy. From the 14th through the 13th centuries BCE, Hittite great kings repeatedly strengthened their authority by marrying daughters or sisters into the ruling families of neighboring kingdoms. These marriages were not symbolic gestures. They formed one of the principal mechanisms through which the empire extended its influence across Anatolia and Syria. The earliest clearly documented example appears in the treaty between Shuppiluliuma I and Huqqana of Hayasa. After seeking Hittite protection, Huqqana received the king's sister in marriage. The treaty strictly prohibited him from elevating any other woman above her or even treating another wife as her equal. Her unique position within the household mirrored Huqqana's own exclusive loyalty to the Hittite king. The same pattern appears on a much grander scale in the treaty between Shuppiluliuma I and Shatiwaza of Mitanni. Following civil war and Assyrian pressure, Shatiwaza fled to the Hittite court, where he received military support, restoration to his father's throne, and marriage to a Hittite princess. The treaty declares not only that Shatiwaza shall rule Mitanni, but also that the Hittite king's daughter shall reign there as queen. Future kings of Mitanni would descend from both local and imperial dynasties simultaneously. Subsequent treaties repeat the same formula. Rulers seeking Hittite support receive restoration to power through imperial intervention, followed immediately by marriage into the Hittite royal family. Political dependence and dynastic marriage become inseparable. Against this background, the alliance between Hattusili III and Bentashina appears not as an isolated diplomatic arrangement, but as one example of a long-established imperial strategy. The historical circumstances surrounding this treaty further highlight its importance. Bentashina had abandoned Hittite allegiance shortly before the Battle of Kadesh and submitted to the advancing Egyptian forces. As punishment, he lost his throne and was carried away into Hatti as a prisoner. Following the death of Muwatalli II and the accession of Hattusili III, however, circumstances changed dramatically. Hattusili restored Bentashina to the throne of Amuru and sealed the renewed alliance by giving him his daughter Gashuliyawiya in marriage. The treaty describes this transformation in language strikingly similar to earlier imperial agreements. Bentashina, politically ruined, receives new life through the intervention of the Hittite king. Immediately afterward, Gashuliawiya is established as queen of Amurru, while her sons and grandsons are guaranteed the future kingship of the kingdom. The wording leaves no doubt regarding the political significance of the marriage. The future rulers of Amurru are defined not simply as descendants of Bentashina, but equally as descendants of Hattusili's daughter. Kingship passes through both paternal and maternal lines simultaneously. This dual inheritance becomes one of the defining characteristics of the dynasty itself. The surviving seals used by Shaushgamua vividly express the same political reality. The diplomatic agreements exchanged during the final stages of the divorce bear his personal seal, combining traditional royal imagery with unmistakably Hittite iconography and hieroglyphic inscriptions. The symbolism is highly revealing. Within the Akkadian text accompanying the seal, Shaushgamua appears as king of Amurru, yet the hieroglyphic inscription identifies him with terminology normally associated with members of the Hittite imperial family. Rather than contradicting one another, these two identities complement each other. Through his father, Shaushgamua ruled Amurru. Through his mother, Gashuliawiya, he belonged to the imperial dynasty of Hatti. His authority therefore rested upon both sides of his ancestry simultaneously. Recognizing this dual identity transforms the meaning of the title Great Lady. Gashuliawiya was not merely queen because she married Bentashina. She remained the daughter of the Hittite great king, and through her descendants, the imperial family extended its influence deep into the political life of Amurru. The divorced queen inherited precisely this remarkable political legacy. She was simultaneously the daughter of Bentashina and the daughter of the Great Lady. Through her father, she belonged to the royal dynasty of Amurru. Through her mother, she descended directly from the Hittite imperial house. Her marriage to Amistamru II therefore united not simply two neighboring kingdoms, but two interconnected dynastic traditions. When that marriage collapsed, the consequences inevitably extended far beyond the private affairs of a royal household. The dispute threatened a diplomatic system that Hittite rulers had carefully constructed across several generations through precisely such imperial marriage alliances. The title, Daughter of the Great Lady, thus reveals far more than the identity of one queen. It encapsulates an entire strategy of empire, showing how royal women served as the living conduits through which Hittite authority flowed into the ruling houses of Syria. Through them, imperial power was transmitted not only by conquest and treaties, but also by family, succession, and dynastic continuity. Building upon the conclusions of the previous chapter, the political crisis surrounding the daughter of the Great Lady can now be viewed from a different perspective. Earlier discussion focused primarily on her position within the imperial system created by Hittite dynastic marriages. The next stage of the analysis shifts attention toward the methods through which Amistamru II attempted to overcome that political framework and impose his own authority despite the formidable network of relationships protecting his former wife. The earliest verdicts concerning the divorce dealt directly with the queen herself. As negotiations progressed, however, the focus changed noticeably. Increasingly, the central participants became two kings, Amistamru II of Ugarit and Shaushgamua of Amurru. The conflict evolved from a marital dispute into a contest between neighboring rulers over the limits of royal authority and the control each exercised within his own dynasty. At the heart of this struggle lay a simple but profound political question. Which king possessed the right to determine the fate of a woman who simultaneously belonged to two royal households? For Amistamru II, removing his wife from the palace of Ugarit represented only the first stage of his objective. Divorce alone did not eliminate the political influence she continued to enjoy through her birth family. As long as she remained protected within the royal household of Amurru, supported by her brother the reigning king and by the wider imperial connections inherited from her mother, she remained a potential political force. His ultimate goal therefore extended much further. He sought to remove her not only from Ugarit, but also from Amurru itself. Only by stripping her of every meaningful political relationship could he ensure that no rival ruler would restore her position or employ her as a source of diplomatic influence against him. Shaushka-Mua naturally viewed the situation from the opposite direction. Defending his sister also meant defending the integrity of his own royal household. If Amistamru could dictate the treatment of an Amurite princess residing within Amuru, he would effectively be asserting authority inside another king's domain. The conflict, therefore, became a struggle over sovereignty as much as over family relationships. As negotiations intensified, each ruler increasingly measured his own authority through his ability to control the political position occupied by the same woman. Her status became the battlefield upon which the relative strength of both kings was tested. This relationship reveals an important feature of late Bronze Age kingship. Authority did not depend solely upon the king's relationship with his father or his son. It also depended upon the positions occupied by the women connected to him. A ruler's power could be expressed through his wife, his sister, his daughter, or his mother, just as clearly as through his male relatives. Consequently, changing the political position of one royal woman inevitably altered the balance of authority among multiple royal men. The surviving verdicts demonstrate this process with remarkable clarity. One imperial judgment opens by carefully identifying the central woman through every major relationship defining her political identity. She is simultaneously introduced as the wife of Amistamru II, the daughter of Bentashina, the daughter of the Great Lady, and the sister of Shaushka-Mua. Each title links her to a different center of power, extending across Ugarit, Amuru, and the Hittite Empire. Yet the striking irony of the document lies in what follows. Immediately after assembling this impressive network of relationships, the verdict systematically dismantles it. The text declares that Amistamru expelled his wife from both his household and his kingdom before sending her back to Amuru. It then records that Shaushka-Mua likewise removed his sister from the royal palace of Amuru and settled her elsewhere. The parallel structure of these statements is unmistakable. Both kings perform the same legal action toward the same woman. Each removes her from the political center under his own authority. Despite this symmetry, an important difference separates the two actions. When Amistamru expels his wife, the verdict states that she is driven from both his household and his country. The language reaches beyond physical residence to encompass the entire political community over which he rules. When Shaushka-Mua acts, however, the wording changes subtly but significantly. He does not drive his sister from the kingdom of Amuru as a whole. Instead, he removes her specifically from the royal palace. This distinction carries considerable political weight. Although she loses access to the center of royal government, nothing in the verdict suggests that she ceases to belong to the Amorite royal family itself. On the contrary, throughout the remainder of the document, she continues to be identified repeatedly as both the daughter of the Great Lady and the sister of Shaushka-Mua. Her institutional authority disappears, but her dynastic identity remains intact. Precisely because these family ties survive, the verdict immediately proceeds to regulate them. A series of explicit prohibitions follows. The woman is forbidden to enter the royal palace of Amuru. Shaushka-Mua is forbidden to communicate with her. Most importantly, he is forbidden ever to restore her to Ugarit. These commands have often been misunderstood as simple restrictions upon private family contact. Their wording, however, points towards something considerably broader. The prohibition against communication almost certainly concerns political consultation rather than ordinary conversation. The language belongs to the world of legal negotiations and diplomatic action. The fear was not that brother and sister might exchange personal words, but that they might cooperate politically against Amistamru. The final prohibition carries even greater significance. Shaushka-Mua must never return his sister to Ugarit. The wording deliberately echoes the language employed in earlier verdicts directed toward Amistamru's own son and heir. Those judgments had already declared that if the future king restored his mother to queenship after his father's death, he himself would lose the throne. The same concern now appears in relation to her brother. Returning the woman to Ugarit would not simply involve transporting her across a border. It would represent an attempt to restore her political position and, by extension, to challenge the settlement imposed by Amistamru II. Seen in this context, the restrictions imposed upon Shaushka-Mua become far more revealing. Officially, the verdict concerns the political status of one royal woman. In practice, however, it regulates the authority of another king. Shaushgamua is instructed whom he may protect, whom he may advise, whom he may communicate with, and what political actions he may never undertake within his own kingdom. Amistamru therefore achieves something extraordinary. Through an imperial verdict, he succeeds in shaping the internal political relationships of another royal household. The dispute reached an even more dangerous stage shortly afterward. A later Hittite verdict reveals preparations for direct military intervention. By this point, Amistamru had dispatched ships and troops toward Amuru with instructions to seize the daughter of the Great Lady and bring her back under his control. The surviving text consists almost entirely of an elaborate curse directed against Shaushgamua. Its purpose is unmistakable. Should the king of Amuru attempt to resist Amistamru, attack his soldiers, or interfere with the approaching fleet, the gods themselves are called upon to destroy him. The wording leaves little doubt that armed conflict appeared entirely possible. The decree speaks not only of violence against the king of Ugarit, but even of violence directed toward his ships. Such language suggests genuine concern that Shaushgamua might employ military force to prevent his sister's capture. Equally revealing is the stated objective of Amistamru's expedition. The troops are described as coming to make the daughter of the Great Lady disappear. The expression reaches far beyond simple arrest. Within the context of the verdict, disappearance signifies complete political erasure. The corresponding curse explains exactly what this means. If Shaushgamua attempts to interfere, the gods are asked to make him disappear in precisely the same way, from his father's household, from his father's kingdom, and from the throne of his ancestors. The parallel is striking. The fate awaiting the daughter of the Great Lady becomes the model for the punishment threatening her brother. Both are imagined not merely as physical death, but as total removal from dynastic memory and political legitimacy. The language reveals that kingship itself depended upon maintaining one's place within an inherited network of family relationships. To disappear from one's father's house meant losing membership in the dynasty. To disappear from one's father's land meant forfeiting political authority. To disappear from the ancestral throne meant erasing one's claim to legitimate rule. Thus, the verdict ultimately demonstrates that the conflict concerned much more than one woman's execution. Amistamru sought nothing less than the authority to determine who belonged within the royal households of both Ugarit and Amuru. By expelling his former wife, restricting her brother, threatening the succession of his own son, and compelling imperial intervention against another king, he transformed a marital dispute into a struggle over the very structure of dynastic power. The daughter of the Great Lady occupied the center of this conflict, not because she acted independently within every stage of the negotiations, but because every major political relationship surrounding her carried consequences extending across kingdoms. Her removal required the reordering of entire royal households, demonstrating that in the political world of the Late Bronze Age, the status of a single royal woman could reshape the balance of power among kings themselves. The principle of reciprocal punishment established in these verdicts creates a striking parallel between the fate of royal brothers and royal mothers. Earlier rulings had already declared that if Utrisharuma, the heir of Amistamru II and the son of the daughter of the Great Lady, attempted to restore his mother to her former position as Queen of Ugarit, he would lose his own claim to the throne. The same logic now appears in relation to Shaushgamua. Should he intervene on behalf of his sister, he too would forfeit both his kingship and his place within the royal dynasty. The message is unmistakable. Anyone who sought to reverse Amistamru II's decisions regarding the daughter of the Great Lady would suffer the very same political destruction imposed upon her. Utrisharuma risked losing his inheritance and future crown. Shaushgamua risked losing his kingdom, his ancestral position, and his legitimacy as ruler. This parallel reveals how closely the fortunes of royal women and royal men were intertwined inside Late Bronze Age royal households. A mother's position directly affected the political future of her son, while a sister's status carried profound consequences for her brother. Royal authority was therefore not constructed solely through male succession. it depended upon maintaining a broader web of family relationships in which women occupied indispensable positions. The actions of Amistamru II demonstrate a clear understanding of this political reality. Removing his wife from power required more than dissolving a marriage. As long as she retained meaningful political ties to influential relatives, she remained capable of influencing events. Amistamru therefore systematically dismantled every relationship that could sustain her authority. His first objective was to separate her from her son. By preventing Utrasharama from restoring or supporting his mother, he ensured that she could never regain her former influence after his own death. The legal penalties imposed upon the prince made any future collaboration between mother and son politically impossible. His second objective extended beyond Ugarit. The former queen still possessed influence through her birth family in Amuru, particularly through her brother Shaushkamua. Consequently, Amistamru moved to sever that relationship as well. Imperial verdicts prohibited communication between the siblings, forbade political cooperation, and prevented Shaushkamua from restoring her position. In both situations, the same political mechanism appears. A king's authority could be threatened if he defended the status of a royal woman closely connected to him. Likewise, a royal woman's survival depended heavily upon the willingness of influential male relatives to protect her position. Kingship and queenship therefore existed within an interconnected network rather than as isolated offices. Amistamru strengthened his own authority precisely by narrowing the political freedom of other royal men. His son could no longer choose loyalty to his mother over loyalty to his father. His brother-in-law could no longer decide independently how to treat his own sister. By restricting their actions, Amistamru effectively established himself as the dominant political figure across both royal households. Faced with this situation, Shaushkamua searched for another means of preserving his own authority. Military resistance had failed. Imperial judgments had repeatedly favored Amistamru. The only remaining strategy was to redefine his own relationship to his sister. This dramatic reversal appears in 3 surviving agreements negotiated directly between the kings themselves. These accords present a remarkably different tone from the earlier verdicts. Instead of emphasizing the woman's place within the Amorite royal family, Shaushkamua now distances himself from her almost completely. In earlier documents, she consistently appeared as both the daughter of the Great Lady and his sister. Those paired titles highlighted her political importance inside the royal house of Amuru. The later agreements abandon that language. She is no longer introduced as Shaushkamua's sister. Instead, she becomes simply Amistamru's wife. Elsewhere, she is described as Amistamru's offender or even merely as that woman. The transformation is striking. Titles that once connected her to an influential dynasty are replaced with descriptions defining her entirely through her relationship to the king of Ugarit. At the same time, the legal structure of these agreements changes just as dramatically. Rather than employing the language of diplomatic settlements or succession disputes, the texts adopt the formal legal style normally reserved for royal property grants. Throughout the archives of Ugarit, this specialized legal formula appears in documents transferring land, vineyards, houses, and other forms of valuable property. The structure follows a familiar pattern. The transaction begins by announcing that it takes effect from this day. The grantor then formally transfers ownership using established legal terminology. Finally, the recipient presents payment or compensation, and the document is authenticated with royal seals. The agreements between Shaushkamua and Amistamru reproduce this same framework almost exactly. The difference lies in the object being transferred. Instead of land or estates, the property conveyed is the daughter of the Great Lady herself. The legal implications are extraordinary. The document no longer records the movement of a royal woman between political households. Instead, it certifies the transfer of ownership from one king to another. Within this legal framework, Shaushkamua occupies the role normally held by a sovereign granting royal property. Amistamru, who usually appears as the ruler bestowing grants upon others, now occupies the position of recipient. The exchange is completed through an immense payment of gold from Amistamru to Shaushkamua. far exceeding the sums normally recorded in comparable royal grants. Even more significant are the seals authenticating the transaction. Only Shaushkamua's royal and dynastic seals certify the agreement. This presentation transforms what had originally appeared to be political surrender into an act of sovereign generosity. Rather than yielding under pressure, Shaushkamua is portrayed as freely granting something that belongs to him. The rhetoric of his direct speeches reinforces this interpretation. Addressing Amistamru directly, Shaushkamua repeatedly describes the daughter of the great lady as your wife. He reminds Amistamru that she committed offenses against him. At no point does he refer to her as my sister. This omission is deliberate. The grammatical choices consistently relocate the woman into Amistamru's political sphere while erasing her relationship with her own family. The speeches become even more forceful as they continue. Shaushkamua asks how long he must continue guarding another man's wife. He questions why he should bear responsibility for someone whose offenses belong entirely to Amistamru. The implication is unmistakable. Her continued presence in Amuru is represented not as an obligation arising from family loyalty, but merely as a burden reluctantly carried on behalf of another king. The speech concludes with an extraordinary series of commands. Shaushkamua instructs Amistamru to take the woman back. He authorizes him to treat her however he wishes. If he wishes to execute her, he may do so. If he wishes to throw her into the sea, he may do that as well. Whatever decision Amistamru makes, Shaushkamua declares that it is entirely his concern. These statements complete the political separation begun by the legal framework of the agreement. The daughter of the great lady is no longer presented as a princess connecting multiple kingdoms or as the representative of powerful imperial alliances. She becomes solely Amistamru's responsibility. Her prestigious title survives, but its political meaning has largely been emptied. Within the broader imperial system, her Hittite ancestry had once required intervention by kings, viceroys, and imperial courts. Inside these new agreements, however, imperial oversight disappears. The transfer is authorized solely through Shaushkamua's seals. The authority to dispose of her appears to rest entirely with the two regional rulers. An especially revealing clause appears near the center of one agreement. It declares that eternal brotherhood has been established between Amistamru and Shaushkamua, extending to their descendants. This statement is remarkable because the two kings had already become political brothers through the woman's marriage. Originally, she created the alliance. Now, paradoxically, her destruction renews it. Instead of forging peace through dynastic marriage, the two rulers restore their relationship through her elimination. Her death succeeds where her marriage ultimately failed. Yet another surviving agreement introduces an unexpected complication. It reveals that the daughter of the great lady's political connections had not disappeared completely. For the first time, another group emerges as potential claimants, her maternal brothers, identified collectively as the sons of the great lady. These men appear alongside Shaushkamua as possible participants in future legal action against Amistamru. Their inclusion is significant. Unlike the king himself, they are linked to the woman primarily through their shared mother rather than through political office. Their common maternal ancestry forms a distinct political constituency within the royal household. One agreement even imagines the lawsuit they might bring. They are expected to demand compensation for the blood of their sister. This brief statement reveals that her death affected not merely the reigning king, but an entire group of siblings whose interests remained bound together through maternal descent. The contrast with Shaushkamua's speeches is striking. While the king publicly distances himself from his sister, her brothers continue to acknowledge obligations toward her. The agreements therefore expose competing loyalties existing within the same royal family. Recognizing this possibility, Amistamru insisted upon even harsher safeguards. If the sons of the great lady pursued legal action, they too would be delivered into his hands. They would receive exactly the same treatment as their sister. In effect, Amistamru extended his authority beyond a single woman to an entire branch of the Amorite royal household. The descendants of the great lady, both sons and daughters, became subject to his political will. The pattern echoes earlier verdicts concerning Utrisharuma. Just as Amistamru had severed the relationship between his former wife and her own children in Ugarit, he now moved to dismantle the bonds linking her with her maternal brothers in Amuru. In both kingdoms, maternal relationships represented genuine political resources capable of influencing succession, diplomacy, and royal authority. Ultimately, Amistamru's success depended not simply upon defeating one rival queen. His lasting achievement lay in systematically breaking the family networks that gave royal women political strength. He dismantled the connections between mothers and sons, sisters and brothers, and even maternal siblings whose shared lineage might otherwise have formed a powerful political coalition. The surviving texts therefore reveal that royal households functioned as complex political organisms whose stability depended upon relationships extending far beyond the king alone. Control over those relationships, rather than control over territory alone, proved to be one of the most decisive foundations of royal power in the late Bronze Age.